right? And in the course of these 2 days, we'll be discussing the agenda. Okay, that's not mentioned here. I hope everyone is well aware what the agenda is, right? So before we proceed on with the committee, there will be a short briefing session for 30 minutes, right? In order to make you aware about the rules and procedures. And I will be going quite flexible on the ROP thing because considering we are, having first timers, a lot of first timers actually. I think majority of them are first timers. So following a total UNE-USL procedure, that's something that will be very harsh on the first timers because it's quite very strict and very diplomatic. Right. Before I started the briefing session, let me introduce myself properly. As said, I'm Swaran, right? You won't find that Kerala accent in my while I speak because I'm from New Delhi, right? And this will be my 90-second MUN that I will be doing. I will be chair. Okay, so this MUN in itself is special considering this is my 50th time. I will be chairing a conference, right? And to be frank, I am more experienced in the Indian committees. Indian committees, those who don't know, these includes all India political parties, NEET and the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, right? I am okay with the UN thing as well, right? So the UN committee, I am okay with it. Now, coming to the ROP. Okay, one more thing. We are the vice chairperson. We are the rapporteur, right? They are the executive board members and I will be giving them the opportunity to introduce themselves. But before that, let's proceed ahead with the ROP. Let me know how many of you are first timers in the committee. You can just simply raise your flag up. Okay. Anyone who is experienced out here? You are. You are. How many in experience? One time. One time. One time? One time? Oh, it works. Okay, so we will be starting with the roll call. I'm sorry. I just switched to Hindi. I'm so sorry. Right now we had just mark the presence. Now we'll be having the roll call. In the roll call, we need to go ahead with our delegate needs to go ahead with present or voting. Okay. What is the difference between present and voting? Present means you are present. However, in the draft resolution, you can abstain from voting as a now a lot of you will be in confusion. What is a draft resolution? Right? Just understand that's a documentation we do at the end of every committee. Okay. So you need to vote on it. However, if you just say present, that means you have the power to even abstain. If you say present and voting, you cannot abstain. You have to either vote affirmative or negative. Right? Either in the favor or not in favor. Right? So that's something that is also a diplomatic skill that every country needs to have. Now every country need not just say present. It can be present and voting considering the agenda. What is the agenda? Right? Just suppose we were in UNSC, Security Council, and Russia-Ukraine was a topic. Okay. So anyone who can actually explain why India would have only said present and not present and voting? Anyone? If a resolution is to be passed on that particular committee, anyone? Just raise your back up. If you feel you can answer this, yes.
Because India is with Russia.
Okay, India is with Russia. Yeah, that's partially correct. So India's foreign policy is somewhat, it aligns with Russia, and that is why India would have said present only, no present and voting. Okay. Understood? Roll call thing, right? Then we move on with the general speakers list. What is the general speakers list? That is the opening statement that every delegate needs to present. That's not a compulsion, but let's make it a compulsion considering every delegate out here, you have actually researched. So I don't want you to, be distant from the opportunity of not speaking in the committee. Considering you are not here to write checks, You are not here to write the papers. You are not sitting in an essay competition. Right? We are sitting in a United Nations simulation, and in United Nations, in past, you must have watched diplomats speaking, right? Diplomats speaking, keeping their country's stance, etc., etc. So, a general speaker list is basically an opening statement for 90 seconds. Now, mark this, 90 seconds, that's all. You extend the time, you exceed from 90 seconds. There, I won't say you will be losing marks, but that's something, a thing of discipline. And in every diplomat's life. Now, you are sitting in this committee, each and every one of you are diplomat. Is a diplomat, right? Consider yourself as diplomat of your respective countries. Do not consider yourself as a student or something. Because if you consider yourself as a diplomat, then only you are going to have the approach of a diplomat. And then only you will be able to face a competition with the committee. Whatever the competition is. So, in the general speaker list, once you are done with the opening statement, I will be telling you there are 3 types of yields. Right? So, yields can be done when you are left with time. Like in 90 seconds, you concluded your speech in 75 seconds only. Now you are left with 15 seconds. So the chair will be asking you, I mean anyone from the executive board panel will be asking you whether you want to yield at 3 times. No sir. You can yield it to 3 you can yield it to 3 persons, or you can say in 3 ways, right? So the first one is you yield it to the executive board. Right? When you yield it to the executive board has the power to either ask a question. Even if I have a question, I will be asking you a question. So, but executive board at that time will be also having the power to move ahead with the committee. If you are yielding it to the executive board, you are left with time, you yield it to the executive board, they move ahead with it. Now, just suppose the delegate of Norway concluded a speech. In 60 seconds, 30 seconds left, right? So in 30 seconds, the delegate of Norway wishes to yield it to the delegate of Nigeria. Right? So the delegate of Nigeria will be having 30 seconds to add something. That is not a comment or anything. He can present a speech even, he can present facts, facts or more research to whatever the delegate of Norway said. Right? He can present facts, research, analysis in favor. Right? Generally, when you yield, that is something that you are aligning with that country. Okay. Now, it's very unrealistic if the delegate of USA yields to the delegate of Russia. That's unrealistic. That's not according to the country's policy. Who the delegate of Russia? Right. I thought you were suspended from here as well. Just as you were suspended from this. Jokes. So now once we are done, yes. The third one basically is to be true. Right? That you yield to POIs. So a POI is basically a point of information. You yield it to POIs. That means a particular delegate whom the chair recognizes will have the power or will have the capacity to ask a particular question to you. Just suppose the delegate of Russia yields to POI, right? He wishes to yield to POI, and the delegate of Poland or the delegate of Qatar, they just want to ask a question, right? So they will raise their placards. Both of them will raise their placards. I will be recognizing one of them, and they can just conclude their question in that allotted time frame, whatever the time frame the delegate of Russia gave the option, gave them the option for, like 15 seconds. So they just conclude in 15 seconds. They ask a question, then the delegate of Russia answers. That's all. So that's yield to questions or yield to POIs. Understood? Yes. Delegate of Russia.
Hello?
POIs again, alright. Just suppose you are done with your speech in only 60 seconds, right? Now you want to yield to POIs. You yield to POIs and the delegate of Belarus wants to ask a question. Right? So the delegate of Belarus will just raise their placard, I will recognize them. Any one of us will recognize them from there. And then they can ask a question from you. And you have to answer the question. Either you can answer it in global form or you can answer them in chip form. Right? But you have to answer. So that is due to POS. And just let me give you one hint. You need to POI actually fetches you marks, because that shows that you are well researched, that you are able to answer, or you are willing to answer to a question, to a speech. Now you conclude your 90-second speech in 90 seconds, you don't have the power to yield to anyone. That's all. Okay, we move ahead with the next speaker. In general speakers list, we will be having everyone, all 25 of them. But just suppose after 5 speakers I want to entertain a motion. I want to entertain a motion, and that motion depends on the consensus of the committee and what the committee is willing to have. Whether it will be a moderated caucus, an unmoderated caucus, or whether the committee wants to break. But breaking the committee, according to your university, is on the consensus. However, in this simulation, we won't be breaking the committee on the consensus. That will be on the discretion of the chair. Okay. So, just suppose after 5 general speakers, list, after 5 speakers in the general GSM, we call it GSM, short form, general speakers list. So after 5 speakers we are done. I just want to entertain a motion, or I am just assuming that it's the right time to entertain a motion. I can do it anytime. I can even do it after 1 speaker, but that won't make any sense. So I will do it most probably after 10-15 speakers. We will be having a motion. Anyone of you can raise a motion. Then we raise a motion. You raise a motion, sir, that I want that the delegate of this country wants to. I will be telling you the format at that particular time only, right? How to raise a motion. So the delegate of this country wants to raise a motion to enter into a moderated caucus for the agenda being this. So any sub-agenda under the actual agenda, right? How many of you present at the ROP, the online ROP that was conducted? Very few. Okay. Alright. So basically, once we are done raising the agenda, raising the motion, right? After that, we go on voting. So we go on voting. So again, the present and voting were the chief comes in play here. If you said present and voting, you can either abstain from voting, but I would prefer do not abstain from voting while passing a motion. Okay, that won't make any sense. Why you are not passing a motion? Just say, I voted for you, I don't vote for you. I will be asking delegates in favor, you raise your placards. Delegates not in favor, just after that, just raise your placards. Once the motion passes, if 18 delegates are in the favor, the motion passes. If the 18 delegates are not in favor, the motion fails. So we will be entertaining another motion, or we will be just getting back to the GSM. So that depends again on the discretion of the chair. In case a motion fails, right? That is not considered to be a very good thing in a committee, considering you guys fail to have a consensus on what topic you actually you need to discuss. To just make sure that you guys are in consensus when you raise a motion. Motion is understood. Motion, we have 2 types of motions: moderated and unmoderated. Moderated caucus is a motion. It's a caucus, in moderated caucus, in which we moderate, we mark you for your speeches. You give your speeches on sub-agendas, we mark you on whatever sub-agenda the committee has decided for. In unmoderated caucus, you guys build a consensus, you guys lobby. Are you getting what I meant from lobbying? The one thing that you were doing in the group, in the WhatsApp group, you do it here. Right? That again, unmoderated caucus is a thing on which I can mark as well, I cannot mark as well. It depends on the committee, how interesting the committee is. Works? Now, once we are done with all these things, we move on to, again, moderated caucus, indefinite times we can break unless the chair is very pretty. And in moderated caucus, there will be a set time and set speakers. Okay, so only 10 speakers can speak in a moderated caucus if necessary. If the time allows, so the time permits only for 10 speakers. That's all. A moderated caucus speech cannot be more than 90 seconds, considering the GSM is of 90 seconds. So by default, it cannot be more than 90 seconds. It can be 60 seconds, it can be 90 seconds, not more than 90 seconds. Moderated caucus. In moderated caucus, whether we will be having a POI or not, that depends on the committee. Again, consensus valid. Right? Remember one thing, when countries meet in United Nations, they do not need to fight. Right? They need to have, have a consensus. They need to have resolutions. And they need to solve their international issues. Good. Anyone who's aware whether the UN is in session right now or not? Anyone? No, not at all. The UN right now is not in session. It will be 5 days. Okay. Everyone is from India here? Everyone? India? How many of you know who is the permanent representative of India to the United Nations? No one? Okay. Who is a permanent representative to the United Nations? Who is that particular person? It cannot be any random person. Hey, you come, I will make you the permanent representative. That's not possible. No? So it must be an officer. Who is that officer? Anyone? Yes. Actually, the foreign minister. No, not the foreign minister. Anyone? Okay, you guys know we're missing one man, right? One officer, a retired officer in the opening ceremony. Right? Thompson sir, everyone? Former Chief Secretary of Canada. He's an IAS. You guys understand what an IAS means? Indian Administrative Services. But a permanent representative to the United Nations is an IFS, Indian Foreign Services. Again, a member from the elite civil services, just like Thompson sir. He's an IAS because he chose to be an IAS. Only the top rankers from the civil services gets selected into IFS because only 30 people out of 7 lakhs who have applied get selected into IFS every year. So they are the permanent representative to the United Nations. Okay. They only represent each and every matter in the United Nations. Suchita Kamboj was the president for the UNSC when India was having the presidency for the UNSC last November. Right? And what you can just search about her, you will find facts, you will find research from her speeches. So this is the basic of a committee. This is the basic of every MUN. I would say, you must be knowing what is the exact crux of a diplomat. Who is a diplomat? Right? Who is the delegate of India out here? Right. Good. Right. So, and you must be knowing who is the representative in this particular committee from your country. Okay, that is a must. Right now, you cannot use the internet. When you will be briefing, just make sure you know who is the representative from your country in this committee. Okay, you know the history. The executive board can anytime ask any question. Works? We are good to go. The last thing in the committee is a draft resolution. Draft resolution will be explained to you all tomorrow. That's a complex thing to do. Okay. So I will just observe you on the first day, and then I will be deciding whether we'll be having a draft resolution or not. It's a very complex thing to do, so it's chaotic as well. So that's why I'm not explaining it right. It will take like 15 minutes. So you guys are excited to now proceed ahead with the official proceedings actually. Ready?
Yes.
Okay. Did you guys have your breakfast? So why you are low on energy? Everyone is good?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Placards, you have the placards. I think I don't need to explain you the delegate kit. You are smart enough to know what the delegate kit is, right? This is a placard. Every time you have a query or you have a question, you just raise the placard. Okay, one more important thing, sorry. There are points. There are 4 different types of points. Okay, just remember these things. You can write it down because points is the thing that you will be using frequently in the committee. That's the most important thing. First is the point of personal privilege. The point of personal privilege is basically, sir, that you're feeling cold, so that can be the temperature of the air conditioner be dropped. Raised, not dropped. Raised, right? So, but don't use point of any personal discomfort. It is used for any personal discomfort, but don't use point of personal privilege for using the washroom. You're free to go to washroom. Right? You just don't need to seek the permission from the chair, considering that interrupts the committee, that it disrupts the flow of the committee. So you can use the washroom. So don't use point of personal privilege. Point of personal privilege can also be used. I don't think that will be entertained in the committee, considering they are having mics. It can be used if a delegate is not clearly audible, or she is not clear with his or her facts. It can use point of personal privilege. Second is point of inquiry. A point of inquiry is an inquiry for for any doubt regarding the ROP. You are not clear with anything in the ROP, or you are not clear with when is your chance to speak. Just suppose you want to know when it is your turn to speak. You just release a point of inquiry. So point of inquiry, I will recognize it. Go ahead, delegate. So if the delegate wants to inquire on which position exactly the delegate needs to speak. That's all. Works. Then we have the point of information. Explaining. Point of information, everyone knows. Leading to point of information. Point of information is just a technical word given by others to questions. It's just a question. You are seeking information, that's a question. Point of information. You are seeking information or anything, that's a question. That's all. Point of order is the last thing. Point of order we won't be having in the committee. In Indian committees, we have point of order for factual details. I'm just explaining point of order for your betterment. Point of order basically we use in the Indian committees. Let's suppose there is a factual details. Any particular delegate spoke that Mumbai is the capital of India. Mumbai is not the capital of India, everyone knows it. Okay? So Delhi is the capital of India. That's a factual inaccuracy that Mumbai is capital of India, so you need a point of order. So this is the factual inaccuracy. I'm just giving a very simple example of PO. POs are very complex. Anyone who's from class 11 and 12 get it, but I'm just explaining for your betterment. So there is one case, Keshwananda Bharti versus the state of Kerala 1973, right? I quoted in a particular committee that, sir, according to the Keshwananda Bharti versus the state of Kerala 1973, the case clearly states that anything in the violation of fundamental right is subject or is sub judice or is subject for investigation by the honorable court on the directions of the honorable court. Okay? You cannot figure it out right now, but let me tell you that's a wrong factual information. Keshwananda Bharti versus the state of Kerala 1973 is the basic structural doctrine of the Indian Constitution. Okay, that is where a point of order is raised. That is a complex thing. You quote UN Charter in the committee. You quote any article of the UN Charter. You misquoted any UN Charter article. So that's a point of order according to the Indian committees. In UN committees, that is on the the procedural fallacy done by the executive board, right? So we are suspending the points of order right now by the discretion of the chair, because point of order is of no use in the committee, right? So we are good to go now. Won't be taking any more time. We are good to go now. We'll be having the roll call now. Just give me 5 minutes. I need to open my MUN simulator, right? Then I need to mark everything out there, and we'll be going ahead with the roll call. Works? Right. You can have the time to research. We'll be proceeding ahead in an alphabetical order. Just suppose Albania was first, right? So we'll be proceeding ahead. The first speaker of the general speaker list will be Albania. You are Albania? You are Albania. All right. So it will be Albania, right? Okay. One more thing, guys. Please excuse me if I use any Hindi words in between, right? I cannot help it. Okay. I'm used to it. Right? Just as you guys are used to, I think Malayalam, you guys are used to, or any other language, right? So I'm just used to, Hindi words. So that's why I am using theek hai, to. So just excuse that, right? We are good to go. By the discretion of the chair, we are officially in the session. And in case you guys need to show support, you guys can bang the table like this, right? So if I say we are officially in a session, you can just bang the table like this. You can bang the table, guys. Are you are low on energy or what? You are still low on energy, guys. Okay, the table is not good, I think. Right, table is not good, no problem. Right, do we have the Wi-Fi password? What? Wi-Fi password, do we have the Wi-Fi? The delegate of Netherlands, the delegate of Kenya, the delegate of Italy, the delegate of Indonesia, the delegate of India, the delegate of Greece, the delegate of Botswana. Only present? The delegate of Belgium. Present and voting. The delegate of Belarus. The delegate of Argentina. The delegate of Albania. The delegate of United States. The delegate of Russia. The delegate of Islamic Republic of Pakistan. The delegate of Norway, the delegate of New Zealand, the delegate of Morocco, the delegate of Mexico, the delegate of Japan, the delegate of Ireland, the delegate of United Kingdom, the delegate of Canada, the delegate of Bangladesh. Anyone who is left? Switzerland, right, Switzerland. So Switzerland, what's your stance? Present and voting, all right, thank you. So we are done with the roll call, and 34 members have the voting rights. 34 members are present in the committee. Delegates needed for debate are 9 right now. So 25% of the members with voting rights, right? That is 9. 9 in the sense, 9 members are required to be present to have a quorum in the session. Okay? Quorum in the sense that a committee cannot move without having them. The procedural threshold, that is the required votes for procedural matters, that is 17. Everyone note this, 17. It's not 18, it's 17. Operative threshold, that is required votes for operative matters such as amendments, that is 17. Again, operative threshold is also 17. The 2/3 majority is 23. That is required for passing resolutions. 2/3 majority, 23. Draft resolution, delegates needed to table a draft resolution, not to pass a draft resolution, that is 9. If 9 delegates are in favor, then only a resolution can be presented. Lastly, delegates needed to table an amendment is 4. 10% of the total delegates with voting rights. Understood? 4. Okay, we are done. So, right, I am willing to entertain motions for GSL, right, for actually officially proceeding with the committee. So delegates wishing to raise a motion to open the floor for discussion in the session, kindly raise your placards. Okay. Okay, after this, raise your placard. I will recognize, I will have to recognize someone. The delegate of Islamic Republic of Bangladesh, you have the opportunity. You have the floor. Come here. Stage.
The delegate of Bangladesh seconds the motion.
No, delegate, I'm asking you to present the motion.
The delegate of Bangladesh would like to present a motion on the topic child exploitation.
All right, delegate.
Bangladesh would like to present a motion
To open floor.
to open open floor
for formal discussion
for formal discussion
in the session.
in the session.
Thank you, Delegate. Right. Everyone is clear what the motion is? So delegates in the favor of the motion, please raise your placards. Countries in favor. Okay, that's an absolute. Oh, you don't want a discussion, ma'am? You do? Right. Right, the motion passes. We are officially in an we are officially in the session right now, and now we will be having the general speakers list. So in the general speakers list, let me just set up. We'll be having the delegate of Switzerland as the first speaker in the session. Delegate of Switzerland, right? Delegate of Switzerland, kindly come to the stage. United States of America is nothing in UN. It's only United States. Delegate of United Kingdom, you know which 3 parties you represent? You're well aware about it. You represent Scotland. You considering you're United Kingdom, you're not England or Britain, right? Great Britain is something different. So that's actually one thing that needs to be clarified, why the delegate of Ireland is also here. Because you guys are having conflict of interests. If United Kingdom is present in the committee, there is no need for the delegate of Ireland. And if Ireland is there in the committee, United Kingdom cease to operate. So let me clear one thing. You cannot speak on the behalf of the delegate of Ireland. You can only speak on the... We don't have Scotland, right? You only speak on the behalf of Scotland and your country, Great Britain. That's all. Delegate of Ireland, you have an independent stance. You don't align with Great Britain. Works? I think in UNICEF you have an independent stance. 1 minute. We have delegate of Wales. Do we have delegate of Wales? No? Works. Do you have an independent stance then? Works. The next speaker we will be having is the delegate of Argentina.
To enter the darkness to bring another into light by helping a lost teacher.
Delegate, you were left with 2 seconds, but considering 2 seconds is not sufficient to yield, we'll proceed ahead. Thank you, delegate. Okay. In order to make the committee interesting, right, we'll be introducing the chits as well. Chits system is basically if you are having a question, okay, and to whom you are addressing the question. Understood? Nothing else. Just relaxing it for the first timers. Okay? Works? We'll be opening the chits. Now, you can send the chits through the committee volunteers we have. Works? You may find a chair, sir. Not a problem. Baith jaiye. You may sit. Yeah. Right. And in order to make committee more interesting, because we are running it's very monotonous. So, be honest. You are nervous? Okay. Let me tell you one thing, right? The only one who is marking you out here is me. That's all. No one is marking out there. Right? Be fearless. Right? Even if you say something wrong, I am not going to point you or intervene between your speech. Right? I will tell you that thing in private or while I will be giving you the remarks. Ki delegate, you missed there or you just quoted something wrong here or there. Right? But don't be afraid of anything. You are stepping into the world of public speaking. MUN is the, stepping stone for the public speaking thing. I'm sorry I'm disrupting the flow of the committee, but considering you guys are nervous, let me tell you one story. I started my MUN journey in 2018, okay? When I started, I was back there in Bihar, Patna. That's my home state. Okay? So I used to live there. I shifted to Delhi in 2020. From that time, I have been doing MUNs very frequently. But I started in 2018. It was a youth parliament of my school. I started out there. I was also very nervous in my first MUN. It was a youth parliament. First MUN was in 2020 actually. It was an online MUN considering the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, let me tell you a story. In first MUN, not YP, in 2020, I was attending one MUN named Diplomathon Global. And I was representing United Arab Emirates in WHO, World Health Organization. I gave the speech on first day. Day 1 I gave the speech. On day 2, I didn't attend the committee only. Right? I was so nervous. Because there were delegates who were way more knowledgeable, way more research than me. I even didn't know how to research or present my facts or points. Right? But that doesn't mean that you will simply walk out of the committee or you won't attend the committee the next day, second day, right? In order to overcome your fear, I will tell you one thing. Just assume that no one is sitting in front while you speak from here. Just assume that thing. No one is speaking in front. You want to close your eyes and give the speech? That's on you to do. Just be fearless. Okay, tell me one thing, but you will regret if you don't speak considering you won't be winning any award. You will regret this. And once you just overcome this fear that I need to speak and after this, let it be. Whatever the result is, let it be. I'm telling you that particular time you will be losing that, fear of stage. The stage fear stage phobia you will be losing. Okay? I know it's the beginning. But that doesn't mean that at beginning you will be just observing only. Works. Now we proceed ahead, and I am expecting that you guys, re-energize yourself and then come out here. Delegate of Poland, very sleepy. And looking at you, I am very sleepy now. Are you sleepy? Right, okay. Okay. Works. So we move on with the next speaker, that is the delegate of Belarus. Where is delegate of Belarus? You can come. I came to Nilambur last night at 1:30. I slept at 4, so I am also sleepy. So if you guys want me to be awake, chairing the committee and judging you right, you guys need to give speeches that actually keeps me awake. Okay? Delegate of Belarus, just a minute. Can you please mention the act again?
Belgium prohibits all forms of traffic through a 2005 amendment to its 1995 Act containing measures to repress trafficking in persons.
Alright. So, are you a signatory of the 1995 Act? 1995. Are you a signatory of 1990? The country Belgium, is it the signatory of the 1995 Act? Okay. You have implemented the policies in your country?
Yeah. No maximum penalties to 10 to 15 years.
Okay.
Such as special concept, rape,
Okay. So you have implemented it. Do you have your domestic laws regarding it? You have your domestic laws?
Belgium is also the first country to lead this sector.
All right. So is it in lieu of the ICCPR? That's the International Convent for the Civil and Political Rights. Is it in lieu of ICCPR, the act that you have actually implemented? Be free to answer, not a problem. All right, sure. Thank you, delegate. We move on with the next speaker. That is the delegate of Islamic Republic of Bangladesh. You have the floor for the next 90 seconds, delegate.
Delegate thanks the chair.
What is the rank of Bangladesh in the terms of child exploitation?
It's really high.
It's really high. High in the sense of degrading sense or improving sense? Degrading. Right. So you mentioned about some acts. You mentioned about, I think, SP and WCA, right? And no. I got it. Right. So I just wanted to know one thing. There are two types of things, right? One, that the country adopt to a particular convention and that then thinks of implementing it but hasn't implemented it yet.
Yes.
Bangladesh is having the same thing when it comes to the child exploitation resolution that came in 2005, right?
Yes.
That was regarding the human trafficking, especially the child trafficking, right? For more child trafficking, more for I think it was, it was sexual child trafficking. So the government of Bangladesh needed to file a particular statement in the United Nations for not implementing it, right? Do you prefer on filing that statement right now?
No.
Okay, so you don't want to? Box. कोई बात नहीं. Box. Right, so that was the delegate of Islamic Republic of Bangladesh. We have the next delegate, that's the delegate of Botswana. The delegate of Botswana. Yeah, the delegate of Norway, you raised to which point?
Point of inquiry. Can the delegate start casting checks?
You can.
The volunteers?
Yes, you can. Delegate, you have the floor for the next 90 seconds.
The child is not a passive object. He or she is a human being with a distinct.
Thank you, delegate of Botswana. Botswana, you have 5 seconds left. Do you want to yield it?
The delegate yields it for point of information.
Point of information. Right. So the delegate yields for points of information. All right. Good to see hands. I would like to. Okay. I would recognize the delegate of. All right, Mexico. You have the floor.
The delegate said that Belarus safeguards children's rights. Can you justify this statement?
Sorry.
The delegate said that Botswana safeguards the children's rights. Can you justify this statement made by the delegate?
Well, Botswana has laid down clear laws and legislation to prevent the crimes against children. And Botswana also made awareness through the National Action Plan to spread awareness and inform the judiciary to actually be aware of the new amendments of the Act.
Okay, thank you, delegate.
Thank you, delegate. Okay, we are done with 6 speakers. Now I'd like to call the delegate of Canada. Delegate of Canada. Just a minute, delegate. Delegate, you have the floor for the next 90 seconds. You may go on.
Defending childhood from trafficking and exploitation, a duty we
Thank you so much.
The National Action Plan to Combat Human Trafficking, launched in 2019, includes a comprehensive set of measures aimed at preventing child trafficking and exploitation. Some of the key initiatives under this plan includes enhancing public awareness campaigns targeted especially at schools and community organizations to educate and empower potential victims about the risk of trafficking.
Thank you, delegate. Alright. Okay, so now 6 minutes to go for lunch, right? So I won't be entertaining any other speaker right now. The next speaker in the line is delegate of Greece, followed by the delegate of India and then Indonesia. Right? So we'll be having these speakers after the lunch, right? So in this 6 minutes, I would just like to add one thing that speeches are good, right? Try to make your speeches less than 90 seconds. Matlab, you conclude at 75 and 80 so that you can heal. That gives you points considerably. Okay? Just for your own betterment again, you can just stop speaking at 75 or 80. Okay? Now the another issue is that right now I'm not going to stop the GSM. We are not going to entertain the motions right now. But I would like to know, is the committee in consensus of a particular motion? Any sub-agendas that you guys have decided? Yes, the delegate of Belarus.
The Committee of Research has mainly decided on 3 sub-agendas: addressing online exploitation, focusing on countries with least development which are more prone to child trafficking, and supporting rehabilitation for victims.
Is the committee in consensus regarding that?
Yes.
Okay, you are sure that you table it and you can get it passed?
Yes.
Folks, thank you. Folks, yeah, delegate, thank you. We'll be having the motion just after the delegate of Indonesia, right? 3 more speakers after once we are done with Indonesia, then we'll be entertaining motions. and the motion, try to keep the motion maximum of 15 minutes, 15-30 minutes, but don't go stretching to 30, 20 minutes. Let's say 20 minutes. Okay. I will teach you how to raise a motion and how to enter into a moderated caucus and how exactly you need to proceed in moderated caucus. Right? Okay. Sorry, 12:45. We still have 4 minutes left. One thing again, you guys are making your, when you are making your speeches, right? Try to avoid using I. Always try to use the delegate of this country. Matlab the delegate of India believes. The delegate of India believes in this theory, and the delegate believes that like this. Do not use like you start with the delegate and then you use. I also believe that we can proceed with these things because you are representing your country here. You are a delegate of a country. You are not representing your own self. Works. Right. You guys are having what's that? What is it? A chewing gum or it's a drink? How is it? It's good. Everyone tasted it? It's Mentos. Right. Okay. The chair was actually banging the gavel, right? So very sweet soul. So she was banging the gavel like this, right? Next time you guys exceed the timing, I will be banging the gavel like this, or even more. I mean, along with Mike. Because just try. Your guys are exceeding the time limit by 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Right? That's not how it is done. I'm not deducting the marks considering it's your first time, but that's not how it is done, right? Okay? And cheer up. Put a smile on your face. I'm smiling without any reason. So you can also smile. Right? So you guys are not friends with each other or something like that. You are not sitting with your friends. You guys are having friends in the committee. Are you sitting with them? You want to sit with them? Alright, you change. After lunch you change the seats so that at least you can put something in the committee. You can at least discuss. You need not sit in this particular, you can change. Okay, I am allowing for that. So that after that, at least you do the committee properly. But after the lunch, not right now. After lunch, what is it? Observation. 40 minutes. Okay, 1:15 we are having 1:15 we are having the lunch. So make sure you are in the committee by 1:15 because we will be starting at 1:20. So you need to be in the committee by 1:15. Otherwise, I have a very particular rule regarding this. You enter the committee at 1:16, you are suspended for the committee for the next 30 minutes. So make sure that you come before. And right now it's already 12:44. Yes.
So you mentioned that the delegate was back. When the delegate was back?
First back and 90 seconds. That's where we need to conclude. Right? If you exceed if you exceed 10 seconds, then 2 backs. If you exceed 20 seconds, then 3 backs. Yes, the delegate of Belgium. Deal out. How you need to make the chits? Just tear a paper from you have got a chit pack. Just tear a paper from that, right? Just write from the delegate of Belgium, the to whom you are addressing the question. Just write the question, just send it to us, right? That's a relaxation on the chit format. Yeah, you get mark for it. We have a particular section for like PY is 3 marks, reply 2 marks. You have a section for that. Yes, the delegate of Belgium.
Sir, can it only be a question? Can it be...
You want to write a substantive, in case you want to provide more research or more content, you can write a substantive. Same format, just that in 2 that is addressed to the EB. So just write 2 EB. No, do not write the name of the delegate you are asking because you are not asking a question, so you just write 2 EB.
So we cannot send substantive to the delegates?
No, substantive is not to the delegates. That's only to the ED. Substantives are only for the ED. I have not explained the chits due to a reason that I want you to speak in the committee, not write chits. Okay. But since you have asked the question, that's why I am explaining this. Substantive is only for the ED. Okay. Right. Yeah. Delegate, please.
If the time is exhausted, can you still use point of information for chits?
You can. If the delegate is willing to ask a question and if it is that necessary, you can definitely ask a question. Works. How many are local here? From Liverpool itself? Anyone? I thought I will get a local guide. Anyways, we break for lunch now. Okay? So I think the committee volunteers can assist you towards lunch. Yeah. And in case you are facing nervousness, you come here and talk to me right now. Right, sir, how to speak this or how to deliver the speeches, you talk to me right now. Lunch can wait. Talk to me right now. I will be more than happy to assist you in your research, in your content, in your speaking. Just because I am sitting here and you are sitting there, that doesn't create a divide. Okay, so we break for lunch, right? Committee volunteers, break for lunch. And in place of Indonesia, we have South Africa. Alright, we are good to go. So the delegate of Mexico. You want to speak from there?
Good day, delegates. The Mexico believes that there is a need of a twofold framework so that there is support and rehabilitation for the children that are being exploited in various terms, in the terms of sex trafficking, sex slavery, forced labor and child labor. So first, there is need of physical assistance with trained professionals who can help them overcome their physical disabilities or any other physical discomfort they have. Secondly, we need a fold which can overcome their mental problems, like if being exploited by a pool of potential workers, then they're definitely going to have depression, fear and anxiety, and being treated in a very bad way. It is very common for children with a very low mental capacity to feel sad. So a mental trainer to help them overcome their mental problems should be made essential, and until federal agencies address the asylum backlog and downstream issues.
Delegate of Mexico, you already exhausted. Next delegate. The next delegate is the delegate of Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Which point?
As each young delegate graces the stage with dreams in their eyes, let us remember that beyond this sanctuary, millions of children around the globe bear the weight of labor at such young ages. Pakistan has taken certain steps to combat these ridiculous practices. Government of Pakistan has ratified international conventions, including ILO conventions number 182 and number 138. Pakistan recognizes that providing support to victims extend far beyond the initial rescue efforts. Among the several steps put forward by the government is the establishment of rehabilitation centers for working children by Pakistan Baitul Mal, the government welfare agency established in 1992. They have opened some 30 full-time schools, National Center for Rehabilitation of Child Labor in various parts of the country at a cost of rupees 27 million. Students are provided with uniforms and midday meals. Apart from this, encourage countries to provide holistic care programs, safe shelter and housing, and trauma-informed counseling. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thousands of US children are forced into sexual slavery each year for the pleasure and profit of the preparators. It is estimated that approximately 1 million people are trafficked each year globally, and around 20,000 are trafficked into the United States. The US has enforced many policies, but the detailed information regarding the same will be shared later on. But despite all these measures, many victims don't get proper support or rehabilitation in US as well as the other countries worldwide. To combat this issue, the US proposes an international fund named Support for Victims, which will focus on 3 pillars mainly. That is, housing for victims, quality treatment to get over traumatic experience, and education in top institutions of the country to foster development. The United States encourages all the countries to collaborate, to come together and help the victims of trafficking begin a new life. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you. Okay, we have 3 seconds, but anyway, I will yield it. So you want to yield it to who?
The delegate would like to yield for point of information. Yes.
Alright, point of information for the United States. Delegate of
The delegate of Turkey would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of USA, United States, that what type of services are the victims getting, like support and rehabilitation?
Yes. The delegate of US would like to reply to the point of information raised by the delegate of Turkey. First of all, the US actually focuses on providing housing for any victims who have been affected by trafficking. And moreover, the US also checks for labor trafficking because that's one of the most prevalent issues that is taking place in the US. That, as well as National Defense Authorization Act, which actually provides support financially to any victim because they have to definitely begin a new life. And before that, more than support and rehabilitation, the US believes that it should be prevented before it even begins. So education is provided in school level itself because it is noted that in middle schools or high schools especially, trafficking takes place. The delegate hopes the answer is sufficed.
Thank you, delegate. Thank you, delegate of US.
Good afternoon to esteemed delegates and Honorable Chair. Supporting and rehabilitating victims of all exploitation is a collective responsibility. Immediate assistance, trauma-informed care, legal aid, and counseling are crucial to help them heal and rebuild their lives. As a community, we must foster peer support networks offering comfort and understanding. Long-term follow-up is crucial as rehabilitation is an ongoing process. Peer support and collaboration with NGOs will create a compassionate and safe environment. Let's stand together to uplift every victim and ensure they never walk this path alone. The delegate thanks the chair.
We have 30 seconds left. We can have at least these. Until it's a POI. So you want to edit to?
Point of information.
We can have 3 POIs now. So let me check the recognition sheet. The opportunity lies with the delegate of Japan. And let me recognize the other two as well. Delegate of Ukraine and the delegate of New Zealand. Right, go ahead. Delegate of Japan.
The delegate of Japan likes to know what are the action plans or actions taken by the government for building a better future for the victims of child trafficking and exploitation.
The delegate of Panama would like to reply to the point of information stated by the delegate of Japan, as the country has been taking care of rehabilitation centers by taking care of them, and also the country has taken service centers, services, law enforcement agencies, and also has hotline numbers known as 311 for the rehabilitation victims and supporting victims.
Is there any specific action plans proposed by the country?
Yes, the country has laws that is implemented where...
No, I'm saying about the action plan.
The country has taken laws where the prisoners or the criminals are sentenced to 15 to 20 years if it's an adult victim and 20 to 30 years if it's a child victim.
P to follow. What is it, sir?
P to follow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Want a plea? Yes. You are granted. Go ahead.
The delegate of Japan is not saying about what are the laws made by the government, but I'm saying, is there a specific national action plan made by the government for building better future for the victims?
Yes, the country has been taking care of all these kinds of actions by implementing laws is one of the actions the country has taken. And not only that, the country has been taking care of all this by sentencing all these criminals into prison. As I said, 15 to 20 years and 20 to 30 years for the child. It's an action implemented by the country.
Okay, let me make one thing clear. I understand that's a point of order, but just don't use points of order for using personal pronouns I, until unless it's a grave factual inaccuracy. Right? Don't use delegate I, don't use I. You are a delegate of Japan. Right? You are representing a country. Thank you. The next delegate for the question.
The delegate of Ukraine would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Panama that how can the community play in a role in supporting the rehabilitation of victims of domestic violence?
The delegate of Panama would like to reply to the point of information stated by the delegate of Ukraine, as we can support the support and rehabilitation for the victims by sending out flyers. Not only that, the country can implement newses by sending into newses where they have radio channels and also television newses where everyone can have all the kind of support through that.
The delegate of New Zealand would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Panama, As to the delegate would like to know the perspective of the delegate of Panama on the topic of whether support and rehabilitation for victims should be a government-funded priority.
The delegate of Panama would like to reply to the point of information stated by the delegate of New Zealand as yes, it should be a government-funded priority as because this is something that's very heinous crime, that is where child trafficking is a heinous crime. So to help this, the exploitation should be banned from the country. Not only that, the country has to take initiatives by acting upon all these kinds of heinous crimes and making sure that all the victims are safe and secured in the country.
Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, in addressing the critical issue on online exploitation, Turkey firmly believes that supporting and rehabilitating victims must be at forefront of our efforts. The impact of such heinous crimes is devastating, leaving victims traumatized and vulnerable. As a responsible member of the global community, Turkey prioritizes providing comprehensive support systems for victims, including access to counseling, medical assistance, and legal aid. The country also emphasizes the importance of investing in rehabilitation programs that empower the victims to reintegrate into society and rebuild their lives. The delegate thanks the chair.
Right, 18 seconds left. 2P. Sorry,
The delegate yielded for point of information.
2 POIs then. You're Turkey, right?
Yes.
Delegate of Botswana, followed by delegate of Norway, followed by Go ahead, delegate of Botswana.
The delegate of Botswana would like to raise a point of information against the delegate of Turkey. Can the delegate provide information on the fundings of the government? Does the country fund any NGOs that work towards the rehabilitation of the victims?
The delegate of Turkey would like to reply to the point of information raised by the delegate of Botswana. Yes, the government is funding for the support and rehabilitation in NGO and UNICEF.
And the what lead to follow up? Like, can the delegate name the NGOs that the government is funding?
The delegate will send it through the notes.
That's a privileged information. You cannot ask that questions. The delegate of Turkey has every right to protect the privileged information. Okay, one valid point that I
The delegate of Norway would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Turkey that what are the specific measures or laws that are being taken by the government of Turkey to address this issue of rehabilitation of victims?
The delegate of Turkey would like to reply to the point of information raised by the delegate of Norway that Turkey is providing two services for the victims, Victim Support Program and Voluntary and Safe Return Program. The Turkey Corporation is also joined the IOM, which is the International Organization Migration, and helpline services is serviced in several languages.
Okay, thank you, delegate.
Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, today the delegate of New Zealand addressed a critical aspect of our society, supporting and rehabilitating victims of various traumas. In New Zealand, we prioritize the well-being of those who have suffered by offering comprehensive support systems, including counseling, medical care, and legal assistance. We can help victims heal and rebuild their lives. Moreover, the country is creating a stigma-free environment, encouraging survivors to seek help without fear or judgment. Let's stand together, extending compassion and understanding to ensure that no one is left behind. By supporting and rehabilitating victims, we forge a stronger, more resilient nation. Delegate, thanks the Chair.
19 seconds left, again two POIs. If the delegate is willing to yield to the POIs, just wait a minute.
The delegate yields to POIs.
The delegate of Nigeria, followed by, you are recognized, Nigeria, you are recognized. Followed by the delegate of Switzerland.
Sir, two.
Followed by the delegate of Ireland.
Sir, you said two.
No.
Sorry.
Yeah, delegate of first.
The delegate of Nigeria would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of New Zealand that is there any specific laws and strategies made by government of New Zealand to combat this heinous crime of rehabilitation and rehabilitation.
The delegate of New Zealand would like to respond to the point of information raised by the delegate of Nigeria.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, the delegate of Morocco would like to address the Committee on Support and Rehabilitation for Victims. Morocco is a source, destination, and transit country for men, women, and children who are subjected to trafficking in persons, specifically forced labor and forced prostitution. Children are trafficked within the country from rural areas to urban centers to work as maids or laborers or for commercial sexual exploitation. However, Morocco government as well as organizations working on the ground have made great strides in protecting the rights of victims and preventing future exploitation and abuse. Ensuring victim-centered approaches, the protection and rehabilitation of victims must be at the forefront of our efforts. In 2016, Morocco enacted law number 27/14. In 2016, Morocco enacted the law number 27/14.
What does exactly mean, ma'am?
It's like it has enacted a law which is under the support and rehabilitation for victims.
Okay. Because the law name is 27.
Yes.
Mexico and Pakistan.
No one is getting more chance than other. It should be very fair. And if anyone is speaking about the recognition issue, we can actually address it fully. Okay?
Do the country accept that it is a source of destination of sex trafficking and human exploitation?
Morocco being transit country, Morocco is separated from Mexico by the Strait of Gibraltar, and it's very favorable destination for traffickers to exploit the children for forced labor and forced prostitution.
Follow up. First ask permission from ma'am.
Can I follow up?
Please do follow up, ma'am.
Plead to follow up. The question was, do you accept the fact that Morocco is a source and transit for trafficking?
As the delegate of Morocco, it's quite difficult for me to accept that, but still, it's favorable destination, and I want to say that it is being a source and country for exploiting children.
Pakistan.
What are the prime aspects considered by the government while a victim is being brought back to normal, stabilized life?
Can you repeat?
What are the prime aspects considered while a victim is brought back to normal, stabilized life? As in the victim's health, what do you consider?
Morocco enacted a law number 27/14. Under this law, the government provides victims with medical and psychological assistance as well as free legal aid and allowing them to heal and rebuild their lives.
Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, Norway has been actively engaged in supporting and rehabilitating of victims both within its own borders and in other nations. Norway actively collaborates with various organizations, international partners and NGOs to provide comprehensive support and rehabilitation services to victims. A measure that has provided substantial support for the efforts to help victims was the establishment of the Norwegian Rosa Project. Launched in 2005, this initiative stands for re-establishment, organizing safe places to stay, security and assistance. Norway has made broad-based international efforts by working to strengthen the framework of international law and promoting projects for preventing human trafficking. Thank you.
So, what are the services provided by the government to the victims, those who are just... The delegate has answered that question about the Rosa project and the Comb project for providing housing services and for the identification of victims.
So can I? Yeah.
Do you want to yield? Do you want to grant the P or not?
Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, so that's like a long-lasting, it's like, what are the services, like helping measures taken by the government? Actually, these two services, they were launched in 2005. Okay. It has been evaluated up to 6 months for the temporary housing service in 2006. And the Comb project, it was also established in 2000s only. And that is very useful for the identification of victims so that they could get the necessity for protecting themselves from the traffickers and for making informed decisions also. Means reflection period. That is called reflection period. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Next is the delegate of UAE.
Delegate of Russia. Though the format is not correct, but I will just exercise some liberty. So the delegate of Russia is asking actually the delegate of Belarus. Sorry, with the delegate of Belarus against Ukraine. Against the delegate of Ukraine and with the delegate of Belarus. But be sure, because the topic is the implication of the war on children. If I give a session for 5 minutes, you must be well prepared with your research.
Sir, would we be granted some time before?
Put the notice right now. So I have to, if the delegate of Ukraine is in favor of it, I have to allow it right now.
Okay.
Delegate of Ukraine are not putting the notice. It is granted and you have to come out. The delegate of UAE will be recognized later once the session is complete. Matter shortest notice ever in history. But the matter is the house investigation of the war on children. So I would like to ask the delegate of Belarus, the delegate of Russian Federation, and the delegate of Ukraine to kindly step in their respective places. And considering the matter is related to Russia and Ukraine, and there are no questions asked, so I would ask the Russian Federation to start with the opening statement, please. And that should be of 30 seconds max. Implication of war on children. Implication of war on children.
The Russian Federation would like to answer to the question by stating that the Russian-Ukraine war was started in 2014 by the former Russian President Boris Nikolaev Yeltsin. So this movement was met with the condemnation from the international community. The impact of this war on children were many educational institutions were destroyed and orphanage homes were also destroyed. Children lost their parents and many of them were left on streets. So the government of the Russian Federation has made efforts to protect children by building few schools and orphanages for the children affected. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
So, the delegate of Ukraine states that after being done all this, after the Russian-Ukraine war, we have been a devastated state since 2022 and 2021 that we couldn't rebuild or anything. And there was a case that happened recently in Ukraine that Russia forces now control 4 districts in Zaporizhia, allied captured 16-year-old sons. April 8, about a month after Russian forces captured the Zaporizhia citizens, metropolis and civilians, convoy of cars and occupied areas. What is the Ukraine as?
First delegate. Remain power selected 2026.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So how come 2014, another president another president started war with Ukraine? Didn't mention the Putin.
The conflict emerged in the aftermath of the Ukrainian Revolution of 2014, which resulted in the ousting of Ukraine's pro-Russian president. Sir, it was just a mistake. It was actually...
Mistakes in the United Nations. Very big thing. We are learning diplomacy here. We are not approval. Few days for debate.
Yes, sir.
The Russian Federation didn't present a single point in that thing. Did you guys talk before?
It was not pre-planned, no.
I was suspended anyhow. Because this debate is really coming to nowhere. We move back to the moderated focus on.
So we were looking forward to measures that we could have taken.
You said that the implications of war in children.
Yes, sir.
Right? The Russian Federation needs to justify the crimes, the war crimes.
Yes.
Especially on children. That's the violation of the ICCPR even. That's the violation of UNHDR. Violation of a lot of things. UN Declaration of Rights.
Yes.
Declaration of Human Rights. International Convention on Civil and Political Rights. UN Charter. A lot of things. Russia is responsible for war. Russian Federation. They have started the war. Officially started the war. That is why we cannot justify. They need to justify. Ukraine can attack because Ukraine is someone who is victim of of this war. That is another thing that Ukraine is right now dropping. Drones. They are dropping bombs. They are having drone attacks. They are doing drone attacks on Moscow. But war crime is committed by until the Russian Federation justifies. There is no debate that stands.
Russia should justify its actions for the war.
Russia is right now debarred from all the United Nations committees. They are not appearing anywhere. It's just a simulation, that's why that's not an issue. But the debate needs to stand on some foundation.
Thank you, Chair.
Next time you put a notice, make sure you have a talk with that and then have it be happily.
Yes, Delegate.
For the delegate of UAE, thanks to Chair. For the rehabilitation of victims, UAE government established the EVA shelter for children victims of child trafficking and sexual exploitation. In Abu Dhabi Shelter and Humanitarian Care Center is responsible for providing care, safe shelter and health and psychological care to the victims of human trafficking. In Dubai Foundation for Women and Children, or DFWAC, is the first licensed non-profit shelter for women and children who are victims of human trafficking. The UAE separately signed a memorandum of understanding with Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sudan, Mauritania to establish claim facilities to compensate former child camel jockeys for their injuries. The delegate thanks the Chair.
You have 19 seconds left. Do you want to yield?
The delegate would like to yield by answering the P of I.
Oh, South Africa, Ukraine.
The delegate of South Africa would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of UAE that what measures government have taken for victim identification and protection and rehabilitation.
The delegate would like to answer the question raised by the delegate of South Africa. Can you repeat the question once more?
What measures the government have taken for victim identification and the rehabilitation and support?
That the UAE government has taken several measures, that they established several shelters for the victims in Abu Dhabi, in Dubai, and the EVA shelter for children who are victims of child trafficking.
Yes. What measures about the victim identification?
The delegate will search upon the matter and get to the delegate of South Africa later.
Okay. Next, delegate of Ukraine.
The delegate of Ukraine would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of UAE. Now, how can we address the unique needs of vulnerable populations such as child victims or refugees in supporting and rehabilitation efforts?
Can the delegate repeat the question?
How can we address the unique needs of vulnerability populations such as child victims or refugees in supporting rehabilitation efforts?
The delegate would like to answer by creating more shelter homes for providing child care and safe shelter, health and psychological care for the victims of human trafficking.
How can we address the unique needs of vulnerability populations such as child victims or refugees in supporting and rehabilitation efforts?
Already answered, huh?
Next is the delegate of Qatar.
Delegate thanks, Chair. Honorable Chair and all the fellow delegates, good afternoon. Qatar had been actively working to support and rehabilitate victims for various issues, including human trafficking, domestic violence, and abuse. The country established several programs and initiatives to provide assistance to victims, such as shelters, counseling services, and legal support. The government collaborated with non-government organizations and international agencies to create safe havens
and rehabilitation centers for victims of human trafficking. Qatar also focused on providing support for victims of domestic violence, particularly women and children. The delegate would like to end the subtopic and once again thank the chair.
You have 15 seconds left. Do you want to yield?
To the chair.
Next is the delegate of South Africa.
Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, child trafficking is a grave violation of human rights and a heinous crime that robs the young souls. South Africa firmly stands for the support and rehabilitation of child trafficking victims. South Africa believes that it is a collective responsibility to protect the vulnerable children of the society and provide them with the assistance they need. In South Africa, the Prevention and Combating of Trafficking in Person Act 2013 focuses on providing support, shelter, psychological and medical care, counseling, education, and the vocational training which helps the victims to reintegrate and recover into society. Thanks.
You have 15 seconds left. Do you want to yield?
Yes, to POI.
The delegate of USA and the delegate of Bangladesh.
South Africa is a country where discrimination takes place a lot, especially on the basis of skin color. So does the government have any special measures that is taken for the black since they are widely affected more than the whites?
South Africa was freed from apartheid in 1994 and since then there is the same issue working every year. But South African government is making commendable efforts through laws and investigation. Also, the independence they received on 1931, but still there was the dominance of whites in the politics. Thus the first multiracial elections were held in 1994, and then the government have taken several measures providing equality in the constitution, especially the Bill of Rights, Section 28.
The delegate is not satisfied with the answer. Look, Chair, I asked regarding the child trafficking.
Regarding the child trafficking, that's right. Have you heard the case of Rosa Parks?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So, now, she said
Bill of Rights, Section 28.
Section 28, right? Bill of Rights, Section 28 is the answer. No, you continue. I am not stopping you from asking questions.
Will the delegate be able to elaborate Bill of Rights?
Bill of Rights Section 28 Bill of Rights is about providing the fundamental rights to the citizens.
Thank you, delegate.
South African Constitution?
Yes.
It cannot be section. I thought you were talking about Bill of Rights, something else.
No, it is Bill of Rights, Section 28 in the South African Constitution. Section 28.
Section in the Constitution. Sure. I need to search about it. I have never heard any sections in the Constitution. It can either be an article, a clause, or a subclause.
Thank you.
Next is the delegate of Bangladesh.
The delegate would like to not ask the question because it was similar to the previous question.
South Africa is a country which is most affected due to child trafficking and exploitation. What has the delegate of South Africa have to say about that?
Yes, it is obvious, but South African government is making commendable efforts, as I said, such as there is Prevention and Combating of Trafficking in Person Act 2013, the Criminal Law Amendment Act of 2007, and also various policies such as the targeted wage subsidy which is provided to every citizen of South African at the age of 18, and also the immigration reforms which provide fast visa to the graduated individuals in South Africa, which increases the educated individuals in South African country.
Even though with this much policies and can I follow?
Yes, you may.
Even though with this much policies and schemes, why are the victims still high in number?
That's means there are many policies, and every year they are making progress. It's not a thing that can gradually make progress in one day or 1 year. It is through years. And which are they making?
Do you have evidence for this progress?
Means they are enacting laws where every year, and also amending the laws and policies laws every year, such as there was a criminal law which was amended in 2007, and as I said, and also the unemployment law which was amended in 2014 according to situation, and unemployment is a root cause.
Do you have evidence for these laws?
Evidence for the law?
Chair has the right to ask you for the evidence in the sense she is asking for documents to be tabled there. You just provide the documents.
Next is the delegate of Japan.
Good afternoon, Honorable Board and fellow delegates. For humanitarian perspective, it is very important to properly protect victims. Therefore, the government of Japan has established the procedure for protecting victims and diffuse the related information to victims as well as the general public, including providing counseling opportunities for the victims to overcome mental traumas and other requirements for the families, and opening opportunities for building a better future. The delegate of Japan thanks the presiding board.
You have 30 seconds left. Do you want to yield?
Yes. Yield to the delegates. POIs.
Greece, Belarus, Botswana.
The delegate of Greece would like to raise a POI to the delegate of Japan. Can the delegate of Japan state the law implemented by the government?
Thank you, delegate. For the law, there are so many series of laws regarding the protection of children which was under the action plan of Japan, namely CPCR, where protection of children was subsequently reviewed and reformed. Among these were the 1997 Measures to Prevent and Suppress the Trafficking in Women and Children Act, in 1996 Prevention and Suppress of Prostitution Act, the 1999 Criminal Procedures Amendment Act, and 2003 Child Protection Act. These are the acts that was proposed by the Japan government.
Plead to follow up.
Yes.
What the delegate of Greece asked about was the laws.
Yeah, I was talking about the laws.
No. Okay, thank you.
The delegate of Belarus would like to raise a point of information against the delegate of Japan, stating that what are some of the risk factors that make children vulnerable to trafficking in Japan?
Can you repeat the question?
What are some of the risk factors that make children vulnerable to trafficking in Japan?
The main issue faced by the children and the society in Japan is a fear to raise voice against these heinous crimes in the society, and we have made effective steps to prevent that by making effective awareness campaigns, and we have provided more awareness and kind of brochures and official sites of Japan, like the official ministries and other CPCR, this action plan CPCR site. It is mentioned in CPCR the awareness and information about more information and about this child trafficking.
The delegate, please, for a follow-up question.
Yes.
Does Japan risk factors in the sense poverty, education? Are those risks? Are those problems in Japan?
The main issue is the main issue faced by the society is the fear to raise the violence taking place in society, or the victims are feared to raise voice against it. And that's what I said. The prevention methods that I said was the previous thing, and the other that's the main thing. That's the main thing issue faced by the society.
Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you.
Point of order, the delegate of Poland.
The delegate of Poland would like to raise a point of order against the delegate of Japan for using personal pronouns. Twice.
Okay. Next is the delegate of Botswana.
The delegate of Botswana would like to raise a point of information against the delegate of Japan. Can the delegate provide information about the funding? Does the country promote the NGOs that work in rehabilitation? And also, does the country work with any international organization of South Asia in preventing child trafficking?
Yes, as the delegate mentioned, the action plan CPCR. It is in the CPCR, in cooperation with other GOs and NGOs, began to review laws and regulations and other legal measures relevant to child protection and trafficking of children.
Satisfied with it? Thank you.
Welcome.
It's over.
That was the last.
Is that the last? The next is the delegate of USA.
Delegate of US would like to raise a point of inquiry regarding the speakers in line. Next 5 speakers in line.
There are only 2 more.
The countries?
Ukraine and Russia.
The delegate thanks the chair.
Next is the delegate of Ukraine.
Esteemed delegates, in addressing the issue of child trafficking in Ukraine, our focus lies on the comprehensive support and rehabilitation for the victims. Our nation remains resolute in providing the nation necessary care and assistance to those vulnerable individuals. Supporting mechanism includes safe shelter, medical aids, and psychological counseling, ensuring their physical and emotional well-being. Strengthen and cooperation between governments, agencies, NGOs, and international partners enhance victims, identify the rescue operation. Rehabilitation programs are crucial in reintegrating survivors into society. We offer education, vocabulary training, and livelihood opportunity, empowering victims to rebuild their lives independently. Additionally, awarding campaigns by private role in combating child trafficking at its root. Ukraine calls upon the global community to unite and fight for every child deserves a safe and nurturing environment. The delegate thanks to you.
You have only 5 seconds left. Do you want to yield?
Yield to the point of information.
The delegate of Nigeria. The delegate of UAE.
The delegate of UAE would like to raise a point of information again towards the delegate of Russia. The ongoing conflict between Israel and Palestine is leading to child trafficking. So what is the outlook of delegate of Russia on this matter?
Delegate of Ukraine, actually.
Delegate of Ukraine's outlook on this matter.
Could you repeat the question, please?
The ongoing conflict between Israel and Palestine is leading to huge child trafficking. So, what is the delegate's outlook on this matter?
The delegate of Ukraine would like to respond to the point of information raised by the delegate of UAE that Ukraine also has suffered a similar destruction by Russia. In this, Ukraine has supports Palestine and to help Palestine to help Palestine's refugees and help Palestinians completely. We would like to take refugees from Palestine to in our Ukraine to support and help their country.
Can the delegate plead a follow-up question? No? Okay.
Delegate thanks your chair. Honorable chair and all delegates, good afternoon. The delegate of Kenya would like to speak about the topic support and rehabilitation for victims. The right to rehabilitation. If the victims and their families is not protected, it will be harmful for the government. The Victim Protection Act 2014 provides for the protection, rights and welfare of the victims of offences and abuse of power. Victims and their families should be protected from intimidation, retaliation, and harassment by the perpetrator of the offences or his men. The Victim Protection Act provides the legal framework for reparations for the victim of crime in Kenya. Kenya passed several laws such as the Security Laws Amendment Act of 2014, which among other things prolonged the period of detention for a person suspected of terrorism from 90 days to 360 days. So the Kenya introduced the Protection Act to 2014. The delegate once again thanks your chair.
Next is the delegate of Russia.
How much would you pay for a winter coat? How much would you pay for the child who made it? Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, a warm good afternoon from the delegate of Russia. Today, there are approximately 45.8 million people caught in the trap of modern slavery around the world. This includes 10 million children, 15.4 million people in forced marriage, and 4.8 million people in forced sexual exploitation. However, it is difficult to determine exact statistics because so many cases of human trafficking go undetected and unreported. There are steps that all of us can take towards ending child trafficking. Begin by educating yourself and spreading awareness of the issue. Buy goods that are made with fair labor standards. Make your voice heard in policy by calling your local representative to advocate for anti-trafficking legislation. Donate to an organization fighting human trafficking and keep an eye out for suspicious signs for slavery around you. These are all the advices we give to young individuals to prevent child trafficking. Thank you.
Do you want to yield?
To the chair.
To the chair, okay.
The delegate thanked the chair. Honorable Chair and all fellow delegates, good afternoon. The delegate of UK would like to talk about on the topic preventing and responding to child trafficking and exploitation. In 2009, the UK implemented the Council of Europe Convention on Action Against Trafficking Human Beings, a key part of which included the national referral mechanism that helps countries to determine whether someone is a victim of trafficking so that they can be identified and assisted with appropriate services. The Council of Europe Convention on Action Against Trafficking places specific responsibilities on state to reduce all children's vulnerability to trafficking. In recognition of the heightened vulnerability of children to exploitation and abuse, it calls for a protective environment for children in the UK. Anti-trafficking efforts have traditionally focused on the investigation and prosecution of traffickers and on assisting children identified as potential victims of trafficking. Children who are identified as suspected victims must be safeguarded and given safe accommodation and support so that once in a local authority care, they do not go missing and become re-trafficked, which is a major risk for those who have already exploited. In conclusion, children are not commodities to be traded or exploited. They are the future, the hope, and the very essence of our society. The delegate thanks the chair.
Right. So now coming to the committee feedback. So, okay, some harsh words from my side. The committee research was not up to the mark. I don't even consider it as a research because just speaking facts without any analysis is nothing. That's not research. Okay. You speak any fact, you speak the statistics that 7.5%, 10%, this is the rate of exploitation in our country and this many trafficking is going in our country. Doesn't make any sense. We are here to find a consensus, we are here to find a resolution. What we can do. So first thing, your speeches should be solution oriented, which were not, of course, right? Second thing, you lagged, I would say, massively in, using it against any particular country or finding faults in any other country. You guys were telling about your country. We know that, okay, even if ma'am and sir is new, I am not new. I have researched about the agenda. I am well researched about agenda. Which country is doing what? Right? I was just having a discussion with a particular delegate, or I think group of delegates, that there are 189 resolutions on this topic in the United Nations itself. Just imagine how many documents will be there if there are only resolutions 189. Right? So first thing first, you guys are having access to internet, right? not here, at your home where you are researching, right? Use the internet. Use the internet for good things, right? Don't use internet for watching Oppenheimer. Use it for something good. And second thing that you can actually cover up on day 2, all those who haven't given their GSL speeches, make it research, analysis, as well as the way of your speaking. Some of the speakers are beautiful orators. Beautiful orators, just they lack their research, right? Who was the last speaker? Netherlands? Netherlands is a beautiful orator, right? I'm just telling, and just like Netherlands, there were other people who were actually beautiful. They will make very beautiful, if they want to pursue in the field of politics, they will give brilliant speeches in legislative assemblies and Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, right? But with that, it should be a mixture of the content and the research. Have you guys ever heard the name of Professor Manoj Kumar Jha? None? Okay, let me tell you, he's a member of parliament for Rashtriya Janata Dal from Bihar. Okay? Go home today and just search on YouTube Professor Manoj Kumar Jha COVID-19 speech. And then you will be able to know with speaking skills why facts are also required. That particular speech, it was a hit. That speech was a hit. Right? A lot of people watched it. Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself praised whatever Manoj Jha spoke, even if he spoke against the government. Right? About the COVID-19, the mismanagement that happened. So just go home, watch it. You will be able to know how much content should be there, how much rhetorics should be there. You are getting what I mean from rhetorics. The committee was functioning 99% on rhetorics today. 1% of research, that's also statistics, not analysis. Analysis will not come from Google. Analysis will come from you. And it will come from you only when you research. Right? Anyone who is good with politics here? Kerala politics, local politics, anyone? None? National politics, anyone? International politics, anyone? Guys, you are doing MUN. If you are not even having basic knowledge of the national politics, international politics, or the local politics, then I'm sorry to say, but MUN is not for you then. Basic knowledge. How many of you are knowing who is the Chief Minister of Kerala right now? Just raise your placards. Just don't raise it because I can ask who is the Chief Minister. Chief Minister. You know, Pakistan? Who is the Chief Minister of Kerala? Okay. And Mr. Vijayan belongs to which party? Okay, good. This basic thing. And now when it comes to international politics, again you lack there. You are not able to tell the permanent representative of India. For a matter of fact, there is no permanent representative of India right now. The last IFS officer who was a permanent representative of India was transferred last night. The notification came at 11:55. She is now transferred to some other country. Right? So you need to be updated regarding this. And just couple of things more. You guys are knowing what the agenda is, right? Child exploitation. You guys are knowing what is going in your country. Are you well aware with your country's policy? Are you well aware? How many of you are aware with your country's policy? What is the country's policy on this agenda? Raise your placards. Only 3? Belgium. Name the neighboring countries. Belgium's neighboring countries. Friendly relations with the neighboring countries. How many countries you are having friendly relations with? Only Netherlands. Go ahead and research. Belgium is having a huge stake in child exploitation. Okay? And you can resolve it through Netherlands. Netherlands is one of the safest place, but it is not one of the safest places when it comes to trafficking. Right? It is more, that's what I'm saying. Netherlands is considered as to be one of the safest places in the world, but not for human trafficking. That's what I'm saying. Right? Similarly, just Pakistan. Right? There are a lot of laws which you can actually quoted. Child trafficking is a major issue for you with India. Cross-border. Go and research all these things. Every country, I'm just taking an example of few, but go home and research about these things. And when you write a speech, do not write rhetorics. That I am delegate of this and I want to present all these. Go ahead with facts directly. Start speaking, go ahead with facts. That's all. That's all you can do. It's an academic simulation. Remember this. We are not sitting in UN. You are not an IFS officer. You do not need to, speak diplomatic things. Just diplomatic things. Because here you cannot actually just say diplomatic things because you are not the one who is actually forming policies for your country. IFS officers there are forming policies at back end for their countries. How exactly they need to proceed. That's why they are not quoting facts because they already know what facts are there in the committee, in the session. Okay? Now, everyone knows what is the full form of UNICEF. Itna to everyone knows, na? I was interacting with one of the delegate in my last committee of UNICEF, United Nations International's Children Education Fund. You guys are knowing what is the full form? What does the E stands for? Right. Okay? And are you guys knowing that UNICEF functioning is actually not a part of the United Nations? Do you know this? It's a welfare organization. There is where your research is lacking, guys. As a chair, even if I would have quoted anything, you guys would have believed. You wouldn't have even, raised contention on this because you are not well researched. And as a chair, it's not I don't need to even research. I could have just come here, moderated the committee, go back. But unless I am researched, how could I have judged you, marked you all? On what basis? I would have just listened. What basis I would have marked you all? Understanding this thing. Getting this thing right? And even when you speak, the thing is that, just take an example, okay? I was giving this example to one delegate in the committee. Kerala is a beautiful land. That's a research, and that's a fact. Okay? Just suppose it's a fact. Kerala is beautiful. Kerala is a beautiful land. Why? Give the analysis. Why? Someone will say food delicacies. Someone will say the cultural effect of Kerala. The most literate state in India, right? That makes Kerala beautiful. So this is the analysis. Now, how you link this? Because of these things, we are literate. We are literate because of the educational background that we have. Because of the education machinery that is in Kerala right now. Mechanism. Beautiful. That's outstanding machinery. Right? That is how you research. Just just your connect point, sorry. No, what you will do with quotes? Okay, I will tell you one thing. Do not consider this inappropriate. Right? Everyone knows Winston Churchill. United Kingdom Prime Minister during the World War II, Winston Churchill said, he was a great orator. He said one thing, do not consider it inappropriate, considering I'm speaking this in a very academic sense. He also spoke in very academic sense. He said that a speech should be like a cloth. Okay, I'm just modifying it, okay, because I do not consider very appropriate to speak exact lines. A speech should be like a cloth. Okay? Short enough to attract, long enough to cover the subject. Okay? I am modifying it due to a reason, because it's an academic simulation and बहुत appropriate quote, it's in academic simulation it isn't. Understanding this thing? So that is why when I say कि you just conclude your speech at 75 or 80 seconds, that means this only. Yeah. Sorry? Directly, go ahead directly with that. You no need to, the delegate thanks the chair and the delegate is grateful to be in this MUN, right? No need of that. Lastly, one thing, all the delegates needs to remember, that you all need to remember, is that while you are speaking on the podium, so your body posture actually matters a lot. I marked out of 3 for body postures. This is not a body posture to speak from the podium, as told earlier. A body posture should be one hand there. It's the professional way of speaking, let me tell you. One hand there, one hand should be having a movement. Not a lot of movement, but movements, right? And your face, this thing shouldn't be like this anytime. Unless you are reading a speech from there, then it can be okay. But it should be like this. And it should be going like this, from here to here. Everyone. You're just not addressing one person. You are addressing through the chair, but you're not addressing one person. That's the basic rule. That's a golden rule while you are doing public speaking. Okay? You guys watch news, right? There are speeches of politicians. Do you guys watch each and every speech of every politician whole day long? Sometimes Mr. Modi speaks, sometimes Mr. Gandhi speaks, right? But even the news channel shows the crux. What is the crux of that speech? Go ahead with that. That's all. That's all that I can give in the feedback of the committee right now. Tomorrow we proceed ahead with the draft resolution, and hereby I suspend the committee till tomorrow by my discretion. In case you want a personal feedback, right, for the committee, for how to proceed with the committee, I am here itself. You can come to me and I will be more than happy to provide you the feedback on how to proceed exactly. Okay? And tomorrow, have your breakfast. You guys are very low on energy. I have not suspended the committee yet. No, I'm just saying. Okay, so now I am officially suspending it till signed. Not signed day. Sorry, I will suspending it till tomorrow. Okay, by the discretion. You may all. They can leave. Yeah, you may all leave.
Pivotal role in empowering children, families, and communities in understanding their rights, identifying the warning signs, and taking proactive measures to protect themselves. The country has also put forth robust legal frameworks to ensure the protection of children and their well-being. Additionally, New Zealand prioritizes the rehabilitation and reintegration of survivors. The country provides them with the necessary support such as access to healthcare, education, and psychosocial services, and helps them in rebuilding their lives with dignity and hope. In conclusion, let's not forget that this fight against child trafficking and exploitation is not just a battle fought within the confines of this committee, but a war waged in our homes, communities, and corridors of power. Together, we can create a world where every child thrives, unburdened by the chains of exploitation, and where their dreams know no bounds. The delegate thanks the chair.
Child slavery is a crime against humanity, but humanity itself is at stake here. Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, The delegate of Nigeria is deeply concerned about a grave and pressing issue of child trafficking and exploitation. Nigeria firmly believes that protecting the children is of paramount importance. By implementing laws and strategies, Nigerian government has managed to reduce poverty and unemployment rate by 4%. Nigerian government has passed stringent penalties to deter traffickers and to protect the innocent. Labor trafficking inculcate 5 years of imprisonment along with an option of $670 fine. Trafficking children for forced begging or hawking inculcate 10 years of imprisonment. And those involved in sex trafficking face life imprisonment. Ultimately, the delegate of Nigeria calls upon all the nations strengthen international cooperation, share best practices, and develop innovative solutions to tackle child trafficking head-on. The delegate of Nigeria truly appreciate the advice of Assembly, and may our collective efforts lead us through a world that cherishes and protects its children, safeguarding their innocence and dreams for generations to come. Delegates, thanks the Chair.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, the whole world stands at a critical crossroad facing two distinct choices: to remain passive or to take a decisive action. NGOs estimate that between 12,000 and 50,000 women and children fall victim to trafficking each year. The Kingdom of Norway stands firm against child trafficking, recognizing it as a severe violation of human rights. Norway proudly ranks among the leading contributors to UNICEF, committing USD 163.3 million in flexible funding to support their critical endeavors. Norway leaves no room for tolerance when it comes to trafficking in persons. Through our Criminal Code Section 224, Norway prohibits all forms of trafficking in persons, imposing a maximum penalty of 5 years of imprisonment. My fellow delegates, the Global Committee cannot afford to remain passive spectators in the face of such abhorrent practices. So together, let us forge a united front against child trafficking, creating a safer and more secure future for the generations to come. Thank you. Needed to point of information.
How does Norway plan to collaborate with international organizations to eradicate child trafficking?
Okay, thank you, Delegate. Norway actively collaborates with various organizations, international partners, and NGOs working to combat child trafficking, and Norway precisely emphasizes to address the root causes of child trafficking, improve the law enforcement efforts, and provide resources for rehabilitation and protection of the victims. And Norway also contributes to various organizations to allow them to allocate the resources where they are most needed.
Thank you, Delegate.
How is Norway raising awareness about child trafficking?
Thank you, Delegate. Norway is actively raising awareness about child trafficking through various awareness campaigns. Norway is extensively participating in joint operations to eradicate this issue. It is raising awareness, and the Norwegian representatives, they are going to different countries. Norway is also establishing annual status for the victims that are being identified as for the victims of trafficking. And Norway is also collaborating, sharing information, exchanging information, raising awareness, participating in joint operations, are the main things that the government of Norway is doing to eradicate this issue. And even in the fisheries sectors, the government of Norway is regulating and monitoring the cases of child trafficking and prosecuting the traffickers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. The government of Norway, like the Norwegian representatives which are moving to abroad countries, they are having a specialized knowledge of child trafficking, and the Norway is also establishing annual status on the victims of trafficking and identification also. And the Norwegian government has also launched several measures for identification, supporting, and protection of the victims. The delegate of Norway has mentioned that Norway is contributing to NGOs so that the NGOs could allocate the resources to various organizations where it is needed. Yes, so I have mentioned that the Norway is not allocating resources. They are first they are donating to the organizations for the protection of victims. Norway is also donating to UNICEF also. Actually, government is donating to anti-trafficking AIDS international organizations. They have donated to anti-trafficking AIDS international organizations that are operating outside Norway, including in other nations. The delegate is not having the appropriate name of the NGO. Thank you, Chair.
Even children of the poorest families must have equal opportunities to education and employment. Think as if they were your children. Quoted by the President of Pakistan, Mr. Arif Alwi. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, the delegate of Pakistan, on behalf of every tormented child, speaks about the urgent topic of preventing and responding to child trafficking and exploitation. Pakistan values and prioritizes lives of children, the future of the country. Firstly, by demanding laws and regulations which are to be followed. Article 11.3, Article 25A puts forward rights of children to education, laws against child labor, and against torturing kids. Implementation of these laws are strengthening with time. President Mr. Arif Alwi has stated launch of effective awareness campaigns to sensitize the society on dangers, supporting federal and provincial authorities to enhance capacities for data collection, promoting interagency cooperation, and sharing knowledge should also be practiced. In conclusion, the delegate of Pakistan quotes, "Children are not objects. Let us together build a world where every child is safe and protected, considering it is not them who decided their mere existence."
Delegate already exhausted the time limit. One thing, delegate, you mentioned about two articles.
Yes.
Repeat it again.
Article 11.3 and Article 25A.
Of which?
Of the Pakistani Constitution.
Right. My question is for the Pakistani Constitution only. Right.
Yes.
Okay, delegates, one more thing. I will be asking questions from now on. Okay, considering I need to mark you on your research and analysis as mentioned yesterday. Right. So I will be having one question after every speech that you make. So the delegate, tell me one thing. According to the Article 260, Clause 3, Subclause B of the Pakistani Constitution, it does not recognizes Ahmadiyas as Muslims, right? And it considers all other religions, but including Ahmadiyas as non-Muslim. That's in Article 260, Clause 3, Subclause B of the Pakistani Constitution. In past, it has led to several violations of human rights. Ordinance Excess of 12, 1975 of Azad Kashmir. This was one thing. The Ahmadiyya's mosque attacks, 2003. If I'm not quoting the year wrong, 2003. Another thing, the UNHCR resolution 7/9/1. Again, how the government of Pakistan tends to justify non-inclusion of Ahmadiyyas as Muslims. When it comes to child trafficking, Ahmadiyyas are the most suppressed classes in Pakistan.
So you're asking how the Pakistan government reacts to that, right?
No. How the Pakistan government tends to justify the non-inclusions of Ahmadiyyas Muslims in the category of Muslims in according to your constitution only.
The delegate of Pakistan is unable to answer the point of information.
Not a problem. Not a problem. I'm just saying one thing that since you quoted articles, okay, what Article 25 Clause 3 stands for?
Article 25A.
25A, sorry. Yeah.
Puts forward the laws against child labor and against torturing kids.
And 11?
11 against, sorry, it put forward the right of children to education.
Is it under the Article 11? Is it under the fundamental rights in Pakistan?
Article 11.3, I suppose.
No. Article 11, Clause 3. That's all right. Is it under the fundamental rights? In India, we are having fundamental rights.
Yes.
Right. 12 to 35 is the fundamental rights in the Indian Constitution. So, is Article 11 a fundamental right? Considering its right to education, na?
Yes.
So, is it?
No.
Sure.
I'm not sure.
Can you research and just table it?
Okay, sir.
Good. Thank you. So, I'm just asking you one thing right now. Two things you need to find out. Okay. And that depends how you research. One thing, why Ahmadiyas are not included as Muslims in Pakistan. Second thing, what is happening with Ugyurs in China? And that's directly related to human trafficking. Right? Demolition of mosques in China, attacks on Ahmadiyya's masjid in Pakistan, killings of children in Pakistan. Just find out about this thing. Because whoever is the next delegate, I mean, not you, you are a secular nation, I believe. So, Qatar, who is delegate of Qatar? The question can, no, not now. The question can come to you. You are an Islamic Republic. You are a kingdom actually, but you follow Islam. Your country follows Islam. Right? Because I will tell you one thing. Abhi right now Panama comes. Panama, I will be asking, there are huge violations on child rights when it comes to the Christian sects. Right? There are certain laws in Christianity, right? And the Reformation, when the Christian Reformation was getting led in the world from the Western Europe side, Westernization was happening. Still the country fails. Panama is very, the rate of religious extortion, violation is very high in Panama. However, you come now, give your speech, then I will be asking you a question. So that was Islamic Republic of Pakistan, right? We have the Republic of Panama, then we will proceed as the Republic of Poland, then Qatar, then Russian Federation, South Africa, Switzerland, Thailand, Turkey, UAE, United Kingdom, Ukraine, US, and Zambia.
They forget all their pain and grief after the angel enters the womb. The barbaric Satan in human guise sells out the children that they own, and we do observe as mute spectators that there's no protest against this heinous crime. Good morning to esteemed delegates and honorable chairperson. Today, the delegate of Panama gathered here to address a pressing issue that demands the nation's immediate attention and collective action. That is the prevention and response to child trafficking and its exploitation. Panama as a nation committed to safeguarding the well-being of its young citizens stands firm in its resolve to eradicate this heinous crime. Panama recognized that child trafficking and its exploitation undermine the very fabric of the nation, depriving innocent lives of their rightful dignity and opportunities. To combat this grave injustice, Panama must prioritize prevention measures. The nation must bolster public awareness campaigns, emphasizing the science and consequences of child trafficking. Education and information are key tools to empower the nation's communities to prevent cases of child trafficking. Furthermore, law enforcement agencies with relevant authorities are provided with resources and training to provide and inform the case of child trafficking. In conclusion, let Panama reiterate the unwavering commitment of child trafficking and exploitation. By acting decisively and as a united front, the nation can create a Panama where every child goes free from the shackles of exploitation, able to pursue their dreams and contribute to a brighter future. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you, delegate. 7. Oh, okay. The delegate wants to yield?
The delegate would like to yield to point of information.
The delegate of Botswana.
What plans does the government have on further strengthening the borders to prevent child trafficking? And also, does the government believe that the laws are up to international standards?
The delegate of Panama would like to reply to the point of information stated by the delegate of Botswana as, yes, the country has been putting law enforcement agencies all over the borders of Panama to prevent the measures of child trafficking. Not only that, we have NGOs that is online, committed with online security. Not only that, we have made sure that all around the borders of Panama, all the child trafficking cases are implemented and taken care of.
About the borders?
You need to ask a plea. Need to follow.
Need to follow.
Denied. Delegate of Panama. Your country follows secularism or Christianity as a religion?
Christianity.
Christianity? Sure about it?
Yeah.
Right. Who is the Christian head right now? Christian head of world? Which Christianity? Catholic?
Catholic. I'm Catholic.
Not Protestant?
No. It's
all right.
No, it's Protestant. The Catholic is the main Christianity.
No. I'm asking the country. Are you under Pope Francis?
It's actually Roman Catholic, I guess.
No. Are you under Pope Francis or not?
Yeah, right now, yeah, it is.
You are under,
Pope Francis.
your country is under the directives of
Yeah.
Pope Francis, sorry.
Yeah.
Right. Let me know why the Christianity reformation in your country has not led to the decline in the human trafficking as well as the child mortality rate. Right. Sorry, not child mortality rate, child death rate due to the trafficking issues.
Would you repeat the question again?
Christianity reformation in your country has yet not led to stopping of human trafficking as well as the decline of the child death rates due to human trafficking and the child exploitation. Why is it so?
Actually, because the country has been having a lot of foreigners coming into the contact of the country. The country has been facing a lot of child trafficking cases due to this policy. Even though.
No. Pope Francis in his last speech, right? If you watched Pope Francis speech last time, right?
No, actually I didn't.
No, you can't read it.
The country,
of course. So Pope Francis mentioned about these all issues, right? And it's a very grave issue when it comes to the priests or you can say the saints, right? Why is it so that the Christianity reformation, the movement?
Right now?
Yeah.
Actually, right now, the movement, no.
Thank you, delegate.
Thank you.
Respected Chair and fellow delegates, do you think that it is possible for a new and good generation to grow if the children are exploited and trafficked? Certainly not. Child trafficking is a major problem in the past, present, and future world. If this is not stopped, this will not only affect the future of Poland, but the future of the whole world. The Republic of Poland believes that children are a major tool in the building of a new generation and that all children should have access to proper security. For this cause, Poland has created many programs like 500+, 180A, and many more. Poland has also made strict laws against this cause, and people who disobey will have 10 to 15 years of imprisonment. Poland also stands in the list of the safest and best countries to live in. The delegate of Poland would like to invite all states to commemorate and consider child protection as in any policy or solution. The delegate thanks the chair.
To chair. Okay, not a problem. So I have a question, sir. So the delegate of Poland would like to please state why Poland even being in the Western Europe side, right, is facing right now the issues with European Union on passing a resolution regarding child trafficking. Why the delegate of Poland, even after being a part of Western Europe, right, is facing issue in passing a resolution against the child trafficking in the European Parliament? Not an issue. Don't get nervous. If you don't know the answer, it's not going to get your marks deducted. Okay. Think calmly.
I don't know.
Issue. Thank you, delegate. The delegate of Qatar.
Delegate thanks the chair. Honorable Chair and all the fellow delegates, good morning. Qatar is one of the safest countries in the world due to the less population, less area. 97% of the population are illiterate, anti-drugs, anti-narcotics, etc. Still, there is child trafficking in the country. Qatar has implemented various policies and measures to address child trafficking and protect child rights. The country has ratified various international conventions, such as the United Nations Convention based on protecting child rights, and has taken steps to align its legislation with international standards.
Qatar's Law number 15 of 2011 on combating human trafficking criminalizes all forms of trafficking, including child trafficking. The country has made a national action plan which involves coordination of various government entities, NGOs, and international organizations to prevent trafficking, protect victims, and prosecute offenders. The government has worked on strengthening the capacity of law and enforcement agencies, judiciary, and other relevant institutions to effectively investigate and prosecute cases related to child trafficking and exploitation. The delegate of Qatar would like to thank the chair.
Time left? None? The delegate of Qatar? Great. So Qatar, in case of inwards migration, the numbers are very high considering the employment rate and the development that is there in Qatar, right? I would like to know that, first just clarify me one thing. In the starting of your speech, you just mentioned about the drugs and narcotics things. What's that?
Sir, can you repeat?
In the starting of your speech, you mentioned about drugs and narcotics, right? What's that? Can you repeat the statement?
That the country is preventing the maximum to drugs and narcotics.
It is preventing, na? Okay, thank you. Delegate of Qatar, let me know one thing. Why the country, even after having high inwards migration, how it tends to control the human traffickers, that is through a corridor which is passed through a channel in Arabia, right? The extortion done on the basis, sexual extortion done.
Actually, the country shares their boundary with only Saudi Arabia and the rest is ocean. So the Qatar has developed their boundaries and highly secured.
No, that's what I'm asking. There are news, there are reports which indicates that through Arabian Channel there are extortions. Sorry, not extortions exactly, exploitations as well. Extortions in the sense of only the child trafficking, right? I'm asking why the government is still operating on the Arabian channels when the country, when your country is specifically having connections and it is specifically having links with all over the world, considering the diversified environment that it is having.
I didn't understand.
Okay, let's take an example, right? This is a place, okay? People from all over the world comes here. Now, we faced an issue, right? Just suppose a water problem, okay? And the water is coming from you have the Arabian Sea here? You have the Arabian Sea? Just suppose water is coming from the Arabian Sea, right? Now we faced an issue in the water with the water, okay? And there are people here are complaining, right? But you are not changing the channel. Why? Similarly, like that, I'm asking you, why in Qatar, when people are protesting against it, that the Arabian Channel must be cease to operate, why the country tends to even operate the Arabian Channel now, when even if it is not a lot of use for Qatar, considering you are having a very diversified environment, a very strong connection with every country in the world. You are friendly with every country.
Because Qatar is actually in deserts and lack of water.
No problem, delegate. Thank you, delegate. The delegate of Russian Federation.
Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, the delegate of Russia welcomes you all. The Russian Federation acknowledges child trafficking as a global crime. Trafficking of children is a form of human trafficking that has children as their victims. The fall of Soviet Union exacerbated human trafficking in Russia. With the economic crisis in Russia, employment in the country decreased and travel restrictions meant that employers could not fill several jobs legally. These conditions made a lucrative niche for human traffickers.
During the efforts to crack down human trafficking in Russia, the government of the Russian Federation has made significant progress over the past decade. Article 127 of the Russian Criminal Code prohibits both trafficking for commercial sexual exploitation and forced labor. It prescribes punishments of up to 5 years of imprisonment for trafficking crimes. Aggravating circumstances may extend penalties up to 15 years of imprisonment. Article 152 states that all purchasing and selling of a minor is punishable by up to 5 years in prison. People guilty of human trafficking are charged under Article 240 and 241, which involve affiliation with prostitution and brothels, as these crimes are easier to prove in court. Despite the significant efforts taken by the Russian government for the past decade, it is still remaining in Tier 3. The government of Russia will make significant efforts to overcome child trafficking. As long as child trafficking exists, so does the suffering of children, and when children suffers, the future generation suffers too. Thank you.
So Article 147 of the 4th Geneva Convention mentions war crime as a willful killing. So why? Even after that? Because it is a thing which is regarded to the second amendment done to the document or the doctrine that is presented for against preventing the child exploitation. Even after that, why the country, why the Russian Federation is in the war, right? Yeah. Even after several contempts of different acts, and even after concerns that is raised from the United Nations Human Rights Council, that is raised from UNHDR, raised from the UN Charter, ICCPR. Why is it so?
Sir, are you talking about the Russia-Ukraine war?
Yeah. You are in war with any other country as well?
No. The cause of this war, are you talking about the cause? So the cause of this war is due to the...
Not the cost. I am asking the violations that have been done.
So the President Vladimir Putin wanted to annex Crimea, a part of Ukraine. So in order...
You are claiming this on an international platform? You want that the President wanted to annex Crimea?
The President has vetoed in the Security Council.
Right now, you are not supported even in the Security Council. Russia is not attending any meet in the Security Council. I am asking, are you claiming this, that the President actually claimed this particular thing, that you want to annex Crimea?
Yeah, we wanted to annex Crimea in 2014. The conflict started in 2014 and the full invasion of Ukraine started in 2022.
Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you, Chair.
So whatever you mentioned, the Delegate of Russian Federation, right? You mentioned about annexing Crimea on an international platform, right? Russia has never claimed that they wanted to annex Crimea. They never claimed it. And that's a huge breach in your foreign policy. And you claimed on an international platform, you claimed this in public domain, that Russia has actually announced. Russia never officially claimed a war. They just claimed a dispute on their territorial lands. I'm asking, you claimed something which is not officially being claimed in public domain by Russia yet. Anyone who is knowing what Russia claims on Ukraine war? The Russia-Ukraine conflict? You will never hear from any Russian diplomat that they are stating this is a war. Every time Russia appears on an international platform, right now G20 is going on, Russia every time claims it's a conflict of interests. It's not a war for them. Ukraine claims it a war, Russia never claims it a war. You know what? But sit down. You know the reason why Russia don't claim a war? That allows the international bodies to put a sanction on Russia. There are a lot of sanctions on Russia right now, but after that, they will be providing a legitimate source to them to actually sanction all of their transactions. Okay, how many of you know what actually happens in a war rather than just soldier killing soldiers and soldier killing civilians? What are the international consequences for a war? Anyone? I'm not telling you are lucky to witness a war, right? But you are lucky in the sense that war gives you a lot of knowledge, and you are lucky to witness this from your naked eyes. I mean, not naked eyes, definitely you're watching it on television, but you're witnessing a war that is currently going. It's an ongoing war. You all read about World War I, World War II, right? You are witnessing a war right now. No, none of us witnessed the war of Indo-China, Indo-Pakistan, Indo-Pak war, never. 99. We were not born in 99, 1999, right? Our parents did. But you are witnessing a war right now. You need to have a lot of information regarding the war. In wars, you know, there are certain things which will amuse you, amaze you. In wars, when a soldier is caught, right? After both the countries have officially declared a war. So if a soldier is caught, according to the Geneva Convention, when the war stops and if the soldier is alive, the country needs to return that soldier. If Russia has captured a soldier of Ukraine and the war is officially declared over, okay, war is never announced actually, but even if they declare the war and if they officially war gets over, Russia have to return the Ukrainian soldier back to them, according to the Geneva Convention. You all witnessed Abhinandan Vardhaman, the Indian Air Force now group captain, at that time wing commander, a man who actually flew in Pakistan, Balakot airstrike, right? Caught in Pakistani land, right? Why do you think Abhinandan Vardhaman was returned to India? No, India never declared a war. It was not a war situation. Why? Anyone? No, Pakistan cannot declare a war. War can only be declared until unless Pakistani flights are over the Indian lands. Anyone? When you research about Balakot airstrike, it was the Indian Air Force Balakot is actually in Pakistan occupied Kashmir. And when Indian Air Force got into Balakot, right? So it's a disputed land. Pakistan occupied Kashmir is not recognized by every country. Have you seen the map of Jammu and Kashmir? The Indian map of Jammu and Kashmir? Have you seen the Pakistani map of Jammu and Kashmir for India? A particular portion is cut. That's actually Pakistan occupied Kashmir. I don't want to get deep into history. It was in 1948, the Karali attacks. Right? So, why Abhinandan Vardhaman was returned to India is because of the Geneva Convention. Right? There was no war. Abhinandan Vardhaman was flying over Pakistan. Abhinandan Vardhaman flight got crashed. It was stated as not an attack, but a drill. And a misunderstanding or getting entered into Pakistani lands. However, Balakot cannot be claimed a Pakistani land. How many of you know the case of Kulbhushan Jadhav? Any spectators who know the case of Kulbhushan Jadhav? Anyone? None? Okay, not a problem. So Kulbhushan Jadhav is an Indian spy. I'm sorry to say, I cannot officially claim this, he's an Indian spy or not. But Kulbhushan Jadhav is a man held captive in Pakistan. Okay? For spying. He was caught on Pakistan-Iran border. Right? And he claims to be an Indian businessman. I cannot claim he's an Indian spy as well, because I also don't have any legitimate source that to claim that. But Kulbhushan Jadhav case is in hearing in the International Court of Justice. India won one particular hearing. Harish Salve was a representative there. India won one particular hearing. If Kulbhushan Jadhav returns to India, that's not under Geneva Convention. Even if he's a spy, that is not under Geneva Convention. You know why? Don't know this as well? There is a spy code. Okay? You have seen movies like Tiger Zinda Hai, Ek Tha Tiger. Don't you watch Hindi movies? Okay, have you watched the movie as Jack Ryan? Not a movie, the series, Jack Ryan. No. MI, Mission Impossible, Tom Cruise. You did, right? So, however, it is not very realistic, but Mission Impossible, it's a spy series. So, it mentions about the spy, and a spy in that it mentions about different things, that one country is one spy is going to the another country and leaking informations and all those things, right? Having the information of the country. So in that particular sense, similarly in Kulbhushan Jadhav case, the spy code applies. If he is a spy, no country can claim he is a spy. According to the spying codes, or that's in public domain, of course. If a spy is caught on a foreign land, the country denies that she is their citizen. Any country, if you are an Indian spy, you are caught on any foreign land, the country will deny. India will deny that you are its citizen. Every document is removed. Okay. So that is how Geneva Convention actually functions. It is not related to the committee exactly, but it is related to the international bylaws. That's why I'm providing you some information regarding it. Also, one more thing. Please research when a war is declared and how can a war be declared. Did you guys watch Sher Shah? You did? Right. So Sher Shah, in that it is actually, somewhere it is hinted how a war is declared. Okay. Russian-Ukraine war is not a war, it's a conflict between two countries, as claimed by the Russian Federation. Not you, I mean the official representatives. Anyways, moving ahead. The delegate of South Africa? Delegate of South Africa.
Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, just think if all your freedom is taken away, forced to work against your will and constantly living under violence threat. Sadly, this situation is a reality for millions of children. South Africa, the Rainbow Nation, is a source, transit and destination for child trafficking victims. Disturbingly, 64% of African trafficking victims are children. This unfortunate reality is fueled by various factors such as unemployment and lack of a robust birth registration system. However, South African government is making commendable efforts through laws and investigation, such as Prevention and Combating of Trafficking in Person Act 2013, the Criminal Law Amendment Act of 2007, and the policy, the Targeted Wage Subsidy. Child trafficking is not an isolated issue affecting only one country. It's a global issue and global crisis that requires united action. So let us come together in cooperation and collaboration to combat child trafficking effectively. With this, the delegate of South Africa would like to culminate this speech. Thank you. Criminal Law Amendment Act 2007. It criminalizes sex trafficking in children and act.
Trafficking in persons, especially children, is a wild crime that feeds on inequalities, instability, and conflict. The delegate would like to thank the chair for granting this opportunity to confer about an issue that demands global attention. Every country in the world is affected by human trafficking. Children make up almost a third of all human trafficking victims worldwide. Refugee, migrant, and displaced children are especially vulnerable to trafficking, whether they are escaping war and violence or in search of opportunities. Switzerland, known for its strong commitment to human rights, has taken a firm stance against child trafficking. This crime knows no boundaries, and no child should suffer at the hands of child trafficking. Prevention is Switzerland's first line of defense. Begins with the child-friendly cities that has been active since 2004, ensuring the rights of children to participate, be protected, supported, and treated equally in their everyday life. Switzerland emphasizes the prevention through awareness campaigns, training for professionals, and educational programs for children. The focus is on equipping individuals with knowledge to recognize and report potential cases. Following the federal asylum centers that address child safeguarding issues and provide a child-friendly space, Switzerland has stringent law criminalizing all forms of child trafficking and exploitation. The delegate once again thanks the chair.
There has been stringent laws criminalizing all forms of child trafficking, exploitation, and child labor. The child protection law that specifically provide and are dedicated to protecting the rights and welfare of the children. And these laws cover areas such as child endangerment, child exploitation, and child labor. And there has been a national action plan that has... Thank you, Chair.
Honorable delegates, esteemed members of the Council, child trafficking and exploitation may sound like a problem of the past, but in reality, it still occurs in almost every country in the world, and Thailand is no exception. As a nation, Thailand recognizes the importance of safeguarding children's rights and have implemented a range of measures to combat this abhorrent practice. The government has enacted comprehensive legislation to criminalize human trafficking and provide support to victims. To ensure the safety and recovery of the victims, specialized anti-trafficking units, shelters, and rehabilitation centers have been established. Numerous anti-trafficking awareness and prevention campaigns have also been conducted by government agencies. To address root causes, Thailand emphasizes the importance of addressing poverty, improving access to education, and promoting gender equality. Investing in these areas will empower children and their families, providing them with confidence and courage to overcome the threats of trafficking and exploitation. Through enhancing international cooperation, the world will be able to bring the victims to justice and ensure the protection of the most precious resource. By doing so, the next generation will have a future where every child's dreams are realized and can live their lives to the fullest. Thanking all. Point of information.
How does promoting gender equality help prevent child trafficking and exploitation in Thailand?
Gender equality, thank you, Delegate, for asking the question. Gender equality means giving the same opportunity to men and women. So it prevents violence against women and girls, making them safer and healthier.
Thank you.
With regards to allegation that a large number of schoolgirls are subjected to sexual harassment on the way to school, what are the effective steps that government of Thailand is taking to prevent such crime?
Thank you, Delegate, for asking the question. The government of Thailand has Ban Kradrakan Protection and Occupational Government Center, which is home to teenage young girls from Thailand and a few neighboring countries. So the victims of young schoolgirls are sent here. And Thailand is also making significant efforts to raise awareness and educate the children and their families. Thank you.
Child slavery is a crime against humanity. Humanity itself is at stake here. Words said by the child activist Kailash Satyarthi. Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, child trafficking and exploitation are pressing global issues that demand our immediate attention. The delegate of Turkey stands here to emphasize the nation's steadfast commitment to preventing and responding to these grave violations of human rights. Turkey recognizes the urgent need for action by implementing robust legal frameworks and collaborating with international organizations to combat child trafficking. The country has invested in comprehensive educational programs to raise awareness and empower the communities to identify and report suspicious activities. Furthermore, Turkey prioritizes the support and rehabilitation services for the victims by establishing shelters, counseling services, and educational programs. Through international cooperation, the country aims to ensure a coordinated response to this heinous crime. In this Model United Nations, I request all the nations to unite to protect the rights and well-being of every child, and build a future where no child is subjected to such atrocities and where their innocence is preserved. The delegate thanks the chair. The delegate would like to yield for point of information.
As there has been a lot of cases of child trafficking in Turkey, what are the precautions taken by Turkey to reduce child trafficking?
Thank you, delegate. Turkey's government has increased prosecution efforts and prescribed penalties for 8 to 12 years of imprisonment and fine.
What is the status of Turkey in child exploitation and trafficking? What are the future laws against this?
Delegate thanks the delegate thanks the delegate. That international organizations reported awareness implementation of screening procedures increased for training for the past few years. Law enforcement and other first responders did not consistently screen and proactively identify victims.
Has the government of Turkey caught any traffickers and put forward severe punishments to the sexual exploiters?
Yes. The country has penal code that 4 to 10 years of imprisonment if it's a child, and this is strictly obligated.
First of all, the delegate of UAE thanks the chair. Children are the world's most valuable resource and its best hope for the future. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates and guests, dear comrades. The phenomena of child trafficking is considered one of the many forms of human trafficking in modern times. The UAE is still struggling to eradicate human trafficking crimes in all its form. The National Committee for Combating Human Trafficking reported that during the year of 2015, the UAE recorded 17 cases of child trafficking, which resulted in the arrest of 54 of those accused of child trafficking. During the year of 2014, the UAE recorded 15 cases, while it recorded 19 cases during 2013. The UAE has committed approximately $8 million to UNICEF to aid repatriated camel jockeys. The measures the UAE took is establish the IWA shelter for children who are victims of child trafficking and sexual exploitation in Abu Dhabi Shelter and Humanitarian Care Center in Dubai. Dubai Foundation for Women and Children is the first licensed non-profit shelter for children and women. The delegates suggest that every country can make more shelter for the victims, because through the the countries can provide safe shelter, health, psychological care to the victims. Since the way of the technique of child trafficking is developing day by day, the UAE is realizing the very well need of developing the system against responsible factor of child trafficking and exploitation. The delegate thanks the chair. Delegate of UAE would like to answer the question. Federal Law number 51 of 2016 is amended by Federal Law number 1 of 2015.
Good rockets fly into space, bad rockets fly into the house. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, a very good morning. Child trafficking and exploitation pose a significant threat to the rights and well-being of children worldwide. As your President of Ukraine, the delegate of Ukraine stands here to address the nation's resolute commitment to preventing and responding to this grave issue. Ukraine recognizes the urgency of action, implementing stringent laws and comprehensive strategies to combat child trafficking and exploitation. Ukraine has strengthened its law enforcement efforts, increased cooperation with international organizations, and collaborated with and established specialized unit to identify and prosecute the criminals. Moreover, the country prioritized preventing through education and awareness programs targeting the community, parents, and children themselves. By empowering our society with knowledge, Ukraine aims to create a vigilant environment where child exploitation is less likely to occur. In supporting survivors, Ukraine provides a comprehensive support system, including shelter, counseling services, and a rehabilitation program. The country believes in the importance of international collaboration, exchanging best practices, and to work together to ensure a robust and effective response. In this modern United Nations conference, let us all stand united in the country's commitment to protect the rights and well-being of every child. Together we can eradicate child exploitation and trafficking. The delegate thanks the chair.
Fellow delegates, the delegate of United States requests everyone to look into their watches. Every time the second hand completes one rotation, 2 children are trafficked. So what time is it right now? Time for change. Child trafficking is a global concern where 1.2 million children are trafficked worldwide. The past doesn't equal the future. Thus, the measures taken by US to combat this issue will be shared later on. But right now, as a tier 1 country in child trafficking, the US has designed efficacious ways for child trafficking that happens due to various reasons. Child trafficking occurred in 90% of the 171 wars that took place between 1989 and 2016. Thus, conference must be organized for NGOs to develop a plan for safe migration routes for children. To eliminate the 14% illiteracy in the world, the US suggests an average of 3% of the GDPs of all countries to be contributed to education. Around 6 million children in US are forced into labor. Thus, keeping a check on factories will prevent traffickers from using children for labor. Apart from this, the US has also been UNICEF's biggest partner by donating around 1,300 million USD for the well-being of children. With this, the delegate of USA encourages the House to collaborate to prevent children from getting trafficked and exploited.
Honorable delegates, distinguished member of the Council, children are robbed of their right to education, health, and a safe childhood, perpetuating a cycle of poverty and vulnerability. According to UNICEF, an estimated 1.2 million children are trafficked each year, with 70% of them being girls. The ILO reports that around 152 million children are engaged in child labor. Zambia has established mechanisms to identify and support victims, including shelters and rehabilitation centers. However, the government of Zambia recognizes that much more needs to be done, and international cooperation is crucial in addressing this transnational crime. By joining hands, we must strengthen legal frameworks, enhance cross-border cooperation, and invest in robust social protection systems. Education and awareness campaigns must be intensified to recognize the signs of trafficking and exploitation and report them promptly. In conclusion, let's remember that every child has the right to a safe and nurturing environment, free from the horrors of trafficking and exploitation. Thank you all.
Child labor is often linked to child trafficking. What specific measures has the country taken to eradicate child labor and address the root causes that force children into exploitation work conditions?
In Zambia, lack of resources has been a problem for helping children, but still Zambia has established mechanisms to identify and support victims, including shelters and rehabilitation centers. And Zambia has enacted legislation criminalizing child trafficking and exploitation, including the Anti-Human Trafficking Act and Anti-Child Pornography Act.
Now in Zambia, 199 potential victims for trafficking have been identified. Out of them, 177 were foreign nationals, which is the maximum, the majority. They were from Somalia, Kenya, Congo, Ethiopia, Zimbabwe, and many other countries. Does the Zambian Republic do anything for this specific issue?
Zambia developed a national plan of action to combat trafficking in persons, which outlines the government's strategies and action to prevent and respond trafficking.
Need to follow up?
Child trafficking and exploitation are grave concerns, and Zambia's geographical location in southern Africa makes it susceptible to these crimes. Considering the challenges in detecting and combating to child trafficking, what specific initiatives is Zambia implementing to enhance cross-border cooperation and intelligence sharing with neighboring countries to effectively tackle the transnational nature of child trafficking and ensure the protection of vulnerable children?
Zambia has enacted laws and policies that criminalize child trafficking and exploitation. Zambia developed a national plan of action to combat trafficking in persons, which outlines the government's strategies and action to prevent and respond trafficking. They have also ensured victim protection and support awareness campaigns to prevention of child trafficking. Thank you, Delegate.
Right, I'm telling we are not going to have a draft resolution considering the chair of UNGA suggested me not to have it in UNICEF. Right? So Shwetang sir is there in UNGA chairing the committee. I cannot ignore whatever he said. He's my mentor, right? So we are not going to have a draft resolution, considering we didn't have enough discussion as well in the committee. So I reached out to a conclusion that we are going to have this press release. I'm going to explain you what is a press release. We are quickly going to file a press release. A press release is unanimous. There's only one press release, there are no blocks. Nothing else. I'm so sorry. You guys did put your efforts in forming blocks, right? But sometimes situations are not in our hand. In a press release, basically we inform the press what all we discussed in the committee, how actually we discussed, what are the conclusion, what is the solution, and what consensus we build on. Are there any resolution that was disputed? Are there anything else on which any country objected to? Everything. First, we put the summarization of the press release. Then we put, summarization of the committee, whatever happened in the committee. That too in points. We can put it in points, we can put it in paragraphs. I think we should go ahead with paragraphs. So the first paragraph will be the summarization of the committee. Second paragraph will be the speeches made. And the third paragraph will be the solutions. Speeches and the questions in second, third, solutions, right? Now, how exactly we need to proceed ahead, I am telling you. First, we write a press release. We are going to provide you 5 A4 size papers. You need to write a point. Now decide who is going to write summarization, who is going to write, who all will be writing the summarization, not just one delegate, who all will be writing the speeches and the questions, in summarizing them again, and who all will be writing the conclusions, the solutions. Understood? Now, press release will be the heading, okay? I will pick up one particular delegate to write down this format in the paper with a very good handwriting, right? Everyone is having a good handwriting here? Who is not having a good handwriting here? Oh, you are not having a good handwriting? That's not a problem. Ask him to write then. So after the press release, I'm telling which particular delegate will be writing the points. How's your handwriting, Argentino? Good. So you write the press release, the format. Okay, I'm writing down the format, right? So just pay attention to it. So after the press release, we write UNICEF, but we write UNICEF ka full form. So write the full form of UNICEF Argentina. Okay. Then we write whatever the agenda is. So we write down the agenda. Okay? I didn't tell my handwriting is good. I was just asking. Then we write the summarization. Summarization of the committee. After the summary, we write the speeches and the questions made. Not the whole speeches. Just a gist of it, crux of that particular speech. Just suppose I gave a speech on Mahatma Gandhi, right? I will just, in the summary write the delegate quoted. Don't write the delegate of this country. Just write there were discussions on Mahatma Gandhi and the delegate quoted that Mahatma Gandhi is the father of our nation. That's all. Just crux. After we are done with the summary, questions and speeches, then we jump on to the solutions or the conclusions. Okay? And at last, the signature of each and every delegate. Once you are done with it, I am going to sign the paper. Sir is going to sign, ma'am is going to sign. Then the press release passes. Not passes, it's tabled. However, we are 34. Can anyone tell how much votes are needed to pass a press release? Out of this 34. Who said 18? Anyone? The total votes that you need to pass a press release is 34. It's unanimous. If any delegate abstains from voting, if any delegate votes in negative, the committee fails. The press release fails. That means the committee didn't conclude for whatever it met, for whatever discussion, for whatever conclusions they wanted to draft, for whatever they met. Okay? So 34 is the number. Press release, UNICEF, agenda, summary, questions and speeches, conclusion, then the signatures. Then my signature, then it is tabled, then it is put on vote. For this, we are going to give you, it's 11:38 right now. We start the press release at 11:45 and we are going to give you time till 12:45, 1 hour exact. We file the press release, we put on vote, we vote on it, we dismiss the committee, not suspend today. We dismiss the committee and we go on lunch, right? Then we directly meet in the closing ceremony for awards. Okay? In summary, you just have to summarize whatever it, you just pick up some particular delegates. You discuss first, you pick some particular delegates who is good in writing, who can write well, who can put even 500 words in just 50. Just like that. Who can just summarize everything with the art, with the skill of writing. Someone like that. Who was Robert Frost yesterday? I mean the poet. She can write. She can write. Robert Frost, actually, we were discussing something. She's a poet. So, right? Anyone good with the writing skills can do that. Okay? And then not 1, 5, 7 people, and the rest suggest this edit, that edit. Do not crisscross anything on that paper, please. Make it very tidy, with a very good handwriting. No, it will take a lot of time, a lot of efforts as well. Just a final draft. Questions, whatever questions you asked, good questions you asked, not what is the status, not like that. Not each delegate, just in questions and answers. Okay, let me specify one thing. I will specify, wait. Summary should be of 150 words maximum. There is no cap on minimum. That doesn't mean you will just write 10 words. Maximum 150 words. Questions and speeches 200 words. So 350 and that is 150 again. Let's make 500. Right. So conclusion will be of 150 words. Right. Now you just summarize, write the questions, speeches in that only. And the question and the speeches shouldn't be that this delegate made a speech. It should be generalized. There were discussions in the committee regarding child exploitation. And a delegate mentioned about this particular act which says this, right? It was helpful for the committee and it was helpful in the side for other nations to implement this particular policy. That's all. That's a statement. That's a generalized statement. Do not mention anyone's name. Then we, so it's done. Press release is done. Signatures and all that is done, right? You can have the time from 11:45 to 12:45. Do not create a chaos in the committee, right? Maintain silence, not silence, of course. With silence, how can you just draft a paper? Sorry. Just maintain discipline. The markings are still going on, and I have 5 marks for decorum. So I have that thing in my hand, right? Now I rest, and now I rest this to the committee. So the committee is now in flow for discussing the press release. That is the final session of this committee. Thank you. Delegate of Argentina, right? These are the papers. First write the format, then proceed. Don't, format just till here, just here. Just write press release, UNICEF and agenda, that's all. From afterwards, they will be writing it. Right? 5 people can write, 7 people can write. Personally, sorry. Press release, okay, press release, only one. I mean, the document can be of 5 pages, 7 pages, but the press release should be one only. Works? Discuss. All right, delegates, just for your information, we will be resuming again in the next 10 minutes. I know the time is 12:45, right? But since Ani sir came and I have to actually give the mark sheet now. So the mark sheet is finalized. I just want the press release to be tabled now, right? It's 12:23. It's 12:23, sir. It's 12:23. So you have the time till 12:35, right? 12:35, you write the press release, you table it, we put it on voting, and then we finally release the press release. Works? Right. Till that time, just hustle up. And then we move on to the committee feedback. Then afterwards, we move on for break. Release, I want it to be tabled now. Now means now. I will count till 10. If the press release is not tabled, so it will lead to suspensions. Just sign it fast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, everything together. 7, everything should be together. 8, 9, 9.5. 9.55. 9.75. 9.95. 9.98. 9.99. I cannot. After this, it's just 10. 10. It's 10. Please submit the paper. It's already 10. It's already 10 delegates. Please submit the paper. I'm not requesting you delegates. I'm asking you to please submit. Thank you, delegates. You may settle down. Now we are going to have a vote on the press release. If the press release passes, we are going to call it a successful committee. If the press release fails, the committee fails. So in the capacity of the chairperson of the United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund, I would like to present the press release for the agenda, that is preventing and responding to child trafficking and exploitation. So the press release consists of a summary, a question and a speech format, as well as a solution-oriented conclusion. The press release is signed by, I think, every member, 34 members of the committee, right? However, I find 36. I don't know how. But anyways, Argentina and Canada, okay, I just double counted them. They are on the front page as well as the back page. Not an issue. So we proceed ahead. Delegates in the favor of releasing the report to the press, which we call it a press release for the committee of UNICEF. Please raise your placards. It should be unanimous. If any delegates abstains from voting or do not vote, or vote in negative, okay, I can see every placards raised, but just for the formality, delegates who are voting in negative for the committee. Delegates abstaining from vote. None. Thank you, delegates. The press release passes for the committee. I would proudly hand it over to Ani sir and principal ma'am. Right now. So the press release is done. Everything is done. I am done with my mark sheet. I know who are the winners. I can see it from my laptop. Anyways, one thing that I would like to say from 12:44, I am just telling you how we are going to proceed. 12:50 we break the committee after dismissing, not suspension, dismissal of committee. And after that, you come from, it's still not clear, but unless the directions are provided, otherwise you come back to the committee itself, right? 1:20, 1:25, 1:30, whatever you conclude your lunch with, you're not in a hurry right now. But after that, we'll having a half an hour session. It will be an entertainment session as well. It will be a session for the committee feedback as well, the final feedback from my side, right? In that particular session, we will be having an anonymous chit session. An anonymous chit session is basically, you tear a paper, you write a chit, you do not put any name, you can do anything in that. You can put any compliments if you want to give anyone any compliment, that the way of your speaking, very good, or this. Just don't mention your name. That's anonymous. You understand the meaning of anonymous? Right? So it will be an anonymous chit session, right? It will be a fun session. People do a lot of things in the anonymous chit session. I am introducing in the committee. It's not a part of the UN, but I am introducing it just to make it more memorable, right? So you want to compliment me, him, her, any of the delegates, you just write. You want to speak something, not compliment, you want to say that, Swam sir, fool. Write it there, right? Just don't make it offensive, and just don't use abusive. Okay. Now, before we break in the next 4 minutes, I'll just share one thing. And look, we are having 14 awards on the committee, right? 3 best delegates, 3 special mention, 3 high commendation, 3 special jury award, 1 best position paper, and 1 promising delegate for the future. Best promising delegate for the future. I think that's the name of the award. I would like to just say one thing here, that even if you don't win an award from here, right, don't get disheartened. You guys are here for the first time attending a MUN. Okay. And it takes a lot of courage, a lot of self-confidence to stand here and speak, to address the committee, right? So you must appreciate yourself. Do not criticize yourself, but do self-analysis where you lost, if you don't make up to the award list, right? How many of you here know Novak Djokovic? Novak Djokovic. Guys, you don't know Novak Djokovic, the famous tennis player, the most successful tennis player of all time. Lawn tennis. Okay, no issues. How many of you know Sachin Tendulkar? Virat Kohli. I will just share one thing, then we'll just leave, okay? Do you guys remember, out of all of you, those watching cricket, you guys can settle down, please have a seat, guys. I will just share a small story, then we'll leave for lunch. I know you are hungry. Do you guys remember Virat Kohli was actually he was not performing up to the level that he was expected to from 2020 to 2022, the 2 years. You remember that? Virat Kohli returned to form against Afghanistan in Asia Cup while hitting 100. And he was struggling a lot of criticisms. Just imagine the mental health of a player. Yeah, so just concluding, I'm telling you, can you imagine the pressure on that particular player? 1.4 billion people expecting him to perform for the country, right? A lot of criticisms. Virat Kohli was captain at that time in 2021. He was removed from captaincy. Remove Virat Kohli from the team even, not just from the captain. He has to initially step down from the captainship of the ODI and the T20. Those who know cricket know what's ODI and T20s, right? He was the most successful Indian captain India ever had in test matches. But even after the pressure, he has to step down. Do you think Virat Kohli is a normal player? Do you think so? He's an exception. But what makes Virat Kohli an exception? Practice. Did Virat Kohli retire after the struggling form? Virat Kohli this year hit 600s. That's tremendous in itself, right? Virat Kohli, if you know, Virat Kohli started with a journey back then in 2008, 2007. And he was playing a Ranji Trophy match just after his father's death, right? It takes a lot of courage for all these things. What I'm trying to point out over here is that even if you lose, right? Do not consider yourself as loser. You bounce back in every other committee that you perform well in. You lost because you lacked somewhere, right? I still have this wallpaper on my phone. You guys don't know Novak Djokovic, but he says that in the greatest of defeats, you will learn the greatest lessons. Do not give up, right? Just that. And in case you guys feel the need of, that MUN is not for you or something like that after doing this MUN, I'd like to just say that even if MUN is not for you, do parliamentary debates, do conventional debates in which public speaking is involved. Right now, public speaking should be in your personality. Each and every one of you in the generation we are living in right now, right? You can be leaders in future. You will be leading companies at any point of a time. You need to give speeches, right? So my father is a banker, right? And never ever he gave speeches. Like at that time, there were no MUNs, there were no youth parliaments, right? So he came, his life was very struggling because he lost his father when he was 7. So coming from there, he, while I share my stories with him that, Papa, I won here. Just now I won one national youth parliament in GLC Mumbai, Government Law College Mumbai. So I was sharing this story, and he says that this is one thing that I like in you, that you have built yourself such like that you don't have the stage fear, you don't have the stage phobia, you can address people, right? This is one thing that I regret not having, considering I have to address people right now. He's in a leadership position right now in the bank. So he says that I have to address people, and it, sometimes it becomes very difficult because knowing English or knowing different languages is also one of the key things. I belong to Delhi, so English there is not a very big problem considering we speak in Hindi, right? Majority of work goes in Hindi. But I'm telling you one thing, the art of speaking should be there. I will be continuing with it because it's already coming late and I'm getting a call from the UNGA chairperson as well to come for lunch. So I will be coming back. I will be giving you a proper committee feedback and I will be giving you some tips which will definitely improve your personality that you are having right now. It will improve the personality, right? So we break for lunch. We come again here after half an hour, right? Have a proper lunch, have a proper meal. Do not worry about the awards. Thank you. Thank you, guys. You may proceed for lunch. Thank you. So everyone is here? Right. So we proceed ahead with the committee feedback, then we proceed ahead with the fun session, right? And then we proceed ahead for the closing ceremony. Okay, works. So about the closing, my closing remarks, I would like to say, again, the committee was not up to the level as it was expected to be in the terms of research, analysis, right? Again, it was missing today as well. I was going through a lot of position papers. I liked the format of each and every position paper. They were splendid. However, position papers were not up to the level of research again. Okay, position papers are basically written so that as to present the views pre-committee, right? The delegate who is winning the position paper award, I'm not taking any names right now, but that position paper was also not totally researched. Okay. There were, I think, I gave 9.5 out of 10 on that position paper. But to be honest, if this was a committee that I had to chair in Delhi, right, I wouldn't have given more than 7. So 7 was my average marking even in this committee. Considering the competition level out there, it was a first timers committee. No discrimination on places. It was a first timers committee. That's why I gave 9.5 as the highest here. Right. About coming to the speeches, again, repeating the same point is of no use, that research analysis. I gave the highest number, I think, on speeches is 9 out of 10, right? It was a well-made speech. If we leave the research and the analysis part, the way of audition was very good. The delegate was very confident, so I gave a 9 on that. I think I gave 2 people 9 out of 10. Then coming on to the chits. So those who wrote the maximum number of chits, right, they had an edge over the committee. Everyone, whoever wrote the maximum number of chits. Substantives who wrote, they had more edge than anyone else in the committee, because they picked one thing that was actually missing in the concept clarity of the other delegates, and there is where you actually take points forward. So the total number, I would say, because it was an absolute marking, so there was no out of that 27 out of, right? 27 was the highest number given to the delegate who is winning the award, the best award. Best delegate won, the first position on the whole committee. That's 27. It ranges from 16.5 to 27. And in my committee, like they both know now, at my committee, people win from 0.1 marks as well. People win from 0.05 as well. So that's the difference, right? We didn't have the closing remarks. Press release. I haven't gone through press release yet. I will go through press release. There will be a lot of edits that I have to make. Then I have to hand it over to the school. As a first timer, as I mentioned earlier, that when you come back to the committee, I will be giving you some tips on how to go about the public speaking, right? So as the first timer, always remember the posture is the body posture, right? How you stand, how you speak. That's the most important part. Voice modulation is a secondary thing. If you are standing like this, both your hands like this, the confidence level will automatically degrade, right? If you're like, just suppose now you are standing like this is not a way of speaking. You will see no orator. Okay, even if this particular reason is anti-BJP, right? You will see the Prime Minister making speeches in a way in which it is actually impressive the way he makes speeches. Have you even seen Mr. Gandhi making speeches? Mr. Gandhi also never keeps like this. And these politicians makes impressive speeches, irrespective of the political parties they belong, everyone. The Prime Minister, Mr. Gandhi, the different political leaders. Have you ever seen your Chief Minister speaking like this? Never, right? Always have one hand, like I am a lefty, right? So that is why I keep my hand, this hand this side. You can be a righty, you can keep, because the committee is more left oriented from the place I am speaking from. So that is why I keep my left hand here. Just keep your eyes there. First eye, it should go where the committee is oriented to it. Like if the podium is never in the center of any stage. Always remember this. It is never in the center. Have you seen political rallies? Have you seen any time any political leader speaking from the center of the stage? No, until unless it's a local political rally, right? Always the podium is either here or there. And when a podium is here, and when the committee, most of the people are here, so you first see here. You don't start your speech looking from here. Hand here, this like this. You go from here to here, then again back. That is how you make yourself self-confident. You stand like this, you come here, you stand like this, you have one leg here, right? Or you can have one leg here. Don't distance yourself from mic too much, right? Be here, one leg here, one leg here. Make yourself comfortable. You will be yourself self-confident, right? Always have the hand movement. Never speak like this. Sir, I would like to... This, okay, I will tell you one thing. This is a way of speaking when you are actually briefing someone. That today in the United States, we have this bill passed in the assembly, and this bill says this. I would like to thank every press member present here. You are addressing here, right? You won't see in UN people speaking either like this, or even in UN people speaking like this. Because diplomats in UN, they are sitting and they are speaking. But they are briefing about something. Here you are making a speech. That matters the most, right? So we come here again. Now we jump on to the voice thing, voice modulation. So voice modulation is a very important part of making a speech, right? You exaggerate some words just like this, just because you want to make an impression, right? That means you just stretch. Even if the word doesn't need to be stretched, you stretch those words. The delegate of United States believes. This way you stretch. There is no need of stretching believes. Believes. That's how your voice modulation goes. And that's how you make an impact in a committee. I am the chair here. You will face some other chair the next time. Same. Everyone same. Everyone goes the same. Just speaking loudly, just speaking with all your energy doesn't leave an impact. A good speaker is the one who can convey each and everything with hand movements, eye movements, voice modulation, and the body posture. That's all. That's all you need to be a public speaker. It's not a very complex task to achieve. Right? Now, I was left in between about a story of Virat Kohli. We'll leave Virat Kohli right now. It's very surprising that you guys don't know Novak Djokovic. Let me tell you, he's a very famous tennis player. He is the most successful tennis player, men's tennis player the history ever had. If he win one more Grand Slam, he will be the most successful tennis player ever. Grand Slam is an event. We have 4 Grand Slams every year, right? US Open, Australian Open, Wimbledon, and French Open. Okay. So that French Open is the Monte Carlo or the French Open, the same thing. So 4 Grand Slams a year, and he has won 23 Grand Slams right now in his life. That's a very big achievement. 23, right? That's a very big achievement. Just now, Novak Djokovic lost the finals of Wimbledon. That's the biggest event in tennis. Just like we have Cricket World Cup, that's the biggest event in tennis, right? And he lost in front of, can you imagine, he lost in front of an 19-year-old guy, Carlos Alcaraz. And he's a legend, Novak Djokovic. So Carlos Alcaraz beaten Novak Djokovic in the Wimbledon finals. And Novak Djokovic got emotional while addressing. So in tennis, after the match is finished, you address both the winners and the one who lost. They both address. So his son was sitting in the stadium and he just broke out, when he was making a speech. So just a small emotional moment. You can watch it on, I was watching it live because my favorite player is Novak Djokovic. I'm the biggest fan. I can say I am one of the biggest fan of Novak Djokovic, right? My favorite athlete. So what point I'm trying to make out here, that even when he lost, you just see the way he was controlling his emotions and delivering something. If you have that control on your emotions, I believe you achieve the 50% for what you are here on earth. That thing. Not everyone can achieve that. Even I failed to achieve that particular thing, right? Because in the committee, you were driven by emotions. Emotions what? You are nervous. You remove that nervousness, you win the committee. As I told yesterday. You remove the nervousness, you win anything. Okay? Some tips that I would like to give, even if you stop doing MUNs, even if you don't want to do MUNs, if you want to proceed ahead in public speaking, Kerala has got a very good circuit for conventional debates, right? Delhi has got a circuit for MUNs, conventional debates, parliamentary debates. It's a capital, that is why it has some advantage. In Kerala, we have the conventional debate circuit. And that's very good out here because I am into conventional debates as well. I'm into parliamentary debates as well. So it's a very good circuit in Kerala. Enroll in those conferences. Every year, the Ministry of Youth and Culture of the Indian government conducts a youth parliament, national youth parliament, Yuva Sansad. That is called the Yuva Sansad. You cannot enroll individually. You can either enroll from college or the school. Enroll in that. Ask your school to get yourself enrolled in that. That's the biggest platform in India you will get to speak. Because in the facilitation ceremony, in Yuva Sansad, Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself was present out there, right? He watches the Prime Minister is sitting there. Yuva Sansad is an initiative started in 2016, if I'm not wrong, by the present government, right? Every point, you get to represent every leader. It can be anyone, you get to present points. And that debate is not a conventional debate. It is based on points, it is based on a lot of facts. Do Yuva Sansad, do conventional debates, do parliamentary debates. You will learn how to speak. To be honest, in 2018, when I look back from here, in 2018, I was not a very confident speaker. Right? I was not. Right now, I'm not self-appreciating, but right now, I see myself totally different. You know why? In 2018, I was elected as the secretary of the Youth Parliamentary Club. Back then, I was in DPS Patna. I couldn't make up to the student council. I choked in interview, right? Because I was not confident back then. Then I started doing public speaking from youth parliaments. 2019, I did a little. 2020, it was a pandemic. It was the best time to get the best out of myself. 2020, I started doing MUNs. And we were very free. I was in class 10th at that time, in 2020. So I had to give my boards, right? But we were so free that every weekend we could have one MUN. Online, international MUNs, national MUNs, anything you can do. And by the grace of the God, we didn't have to even give the board examinations. We passed like this only, right? 11th, I did MUNs. So I was the youngest secretary general of my school when I started doing MUNs in Model United Nations. Now I have overtaken one of my juniors, right, who became the SecGen in class 10th itself. So we have the secretary general thing in, if the school is a well-established MUN, they will have a student body. And the secretary general is the head of that MUN. Just like Ani sir is here, the conference secretary, right? So there we have the student body. SecGen, Dep SecGen, like this. Secretary General, even in UN, it's actually a thing in UN. So, and then last year I became the chief advisor. This year I passed out from the school. So one thing that I figured out from there to here, that when I started doing public speaking, I feel that I can express myself anywhere. Even in friends, even within friends, even in front of a public, even in front of someone who is senior, more knowledgeable than me. Because I have to speak what I feel. You cannot speak from the script. That's not you speaking. That's someone making you speak. I'm not telling don't have a script in MUNs. Do have a script in MUNs. That's required. But that should be your own script, not a copy paste from somewhere else. A lot of you have a copy paste script, to be honest. I read newspapers, so I know the articles and all those things from where you got it. Right? Not taking much time, just the last 3-5 minutes to conclude, and then we move ahead. The anonymous chit session, everyone is clear what it is. You don't have to write the name in the anonymous chit sessions, right? You can just have it. If the spectators want to join in, they can have it. They can just take a paper from the delegates, and you can also join in if the spectators want, right? And all the delegates. Just drop it. Where is the chit box? Just drop it in the chit box. Just remove all the chits from there. Just drop it in the chit box. We are keeping it here itself. Folks, right? And delegates, one more thing. In case you feel that you need to speak to me after the closing ceremony, I am here only, right? I am here only. If in case you feel that where you lagged, you want to have that analysis from my side, I will give you that. And I would request, I'm not ordering, I would request the first 3 positions to please meet me after the closing ceremony. I always meet the first 3 positions. Not any bias to any delegate. I meet with everyone, but I personally request them as to provide them some more inputs regarding how to proceed ahead with the next MU, if they are willing to do it. Right? Now we move on with the anonymous chit session. So you have your own chits. Just write whatever you want. Make it fun. I would request sir and ma'am to read it for you all guys, right? If you want to dedicate it to someone, like if you want to dedicate to the EB, so in EB you have to specify chairperson, vice chairperson, rappy. In delegate you want to you have to specify the country. Okay, that is how. But don't write your own name and don't write anything which is offensive. We are not going to read it, right? So do that. It's an academic simulation, so maintain that dignity. Okay, and now since you all are writing the chits. Okay, so I would request you all to please give a huge round of appreciation and a huge round of applause for Asif sir, who is sitting at back, who was in charge of our committee. Can we have a huge round of applause for him? Right? Can we also have a round of appreciation for all the volunteers we had who worked tirelessly for the committee? Thank you. And everyone who supported the committee, everyone who was there with us in the committee, can we have a huge round of appreciation for them as well? Thank you. Now you have your time, so make it as fun as you want. After that, we proceed for the closing ceremony. That's all. Thank you, delegates. Okay, also, yeah, delegate of Albania. Borrow it from somewhere. I want one delegate to actually officially dismiss the committee. Can I have one? Anyone who wants to dismiss the committee? No, I want one. So even if you don't, I will pick Billers.
Would like to officially dismiss the committee? Till sign die.
Thanks. The meaning of sign die, which the delegate of Belarus used, the meaning of sign die is until we meet again. Okay? It's not a romantic line. Until we meet again means until the session is there again. Okay. The committee is officially over. You are now back to who you are.
A delegate wrote, "This committee was very interesting and fruitful too. The chairperson was energetic, and thank you for hosting this wonderful session. This was a wonderful session and all the other delegates were superb." Fruitful?
Yeah, you didn't even discuss the agenda.
First, I would like to thank the chair who made these 2 days colorful. One of the best experience I had. I will never forget my first MUN. Thank you, delegate. It was a great experience of MUN. I enjoyed and learned too much from this MUN. I have made so many friends and nice to meet all of them. What a wonderful performance from everyone. Indeed, one of the best sessions I have attended so far. Thank you for this. Thank you. To the delegate of Indonesia. The delegate of Indonesia, who is very funny and optimistic. The delegate of Indonesia is a very cheerful person. Be who you are doesn't change your character for anyone. Don't change your character for anyone. Who is delegate of Indonesia? Oh, wow.
To the delegate of India, your speech was awesome. Your behavior is also so professional. To the chairman, thank you, sir, for this wonderful session. We delegates were all able to learn how to properly deliver a speech and listen to such inspiring stories of motivating people. Hey, chair. You don't seem like a degree student, not by age, but all the knowledge and details that you have really was very impressive. I'm not saying it to flatter you, but by your brilliance, chair, vibe check, thank you. What the hell? The speech of Panama is really impressive. Sorry, I can't read this.
The speech of Panama is really impressive, and the delegate of Canada also speaks well. Honestly, I like it very much. Everyone are nice, and thank you. Thank you. The MUN was a great experience. I appreciate all the hard work of other delegates, committee, and volunteers. This will be a memorable experience. Smiley face. One thing that got my attention the most was when the chair mentioned that when we research in any topic, we have to see whether it is covering all the subjects and the most important part in a research. The most important part in a research is not the quotes or facts, but rather statistics or analysis, etc. The MUN was different from what I had prepared, for the chair had made multiple changes. Overall, the conference was enjoyable and informative. The things for whoever is not satisfied with their own performance. If you win, you lead. If you lose, you guide, and practice makes perfection. Thank you. This is in Malayalam. Soor kanam aanu, tingal kittum banana, nee aanande Panama. It's actually a flirty Malayalam message. It's like a pickup line. Pickup line. Hindi में pickup line नहीं है. पढ़ लगी. Who said this? Mashallah skills. To the chair, thank you, sir, for everything you taught us in these 2 days. Unforgettable 2 days. The chair was very good. If the delegates made mistakes, he will correct it. And a helpful and hintful chair. I don't know. You guys have to improve your handwriting. A very look thank to the chair. Quite impressed by the friendliness of the chairperson, did not expect him to be this understanding. Delegate of Belarus, Panama were my favorite delegates. First time experience, not an issue. If I don't win, at least I made friends. There are a lot of fans for the chair. There are a lot of fans for the chair. The chairperson was a very friendly person. He was inspirational to me because I want to learn public speaking because I am a person of stage fright. It was a great experience. I think that every student in the world should experience this at least once in a lifetime. Turkey. You all did well and hope you guys do more amazing next MUN. Smiley face. To all, hope you all had an entertaining conference. Hope all of you all participate again. I'm very glad that I got a chance to participate in this MUN as it is my first MUN. So first day I was very nervous by seeing all the delegates with confidence. But after the speech of Swayam sir, it helps me a lot to be confident and just speak. As I didn't get a more chance to speak, but I am happy and I would like to thank specially Swayam sir. Thank you sir to be our chair. Chair was very friendly. A very nice session, made new friends, understood how UN conference work and got a lot of knowledge. I hope I'll attend the next MUN and be a winner. Anonymous. I heartily congratulate the delegate of Ukraine. Although we are having a great conflict over there in Europe, we are always friends in this model MUN. May God bless you. Delegate of Ukraine from the delegate of Russia. It was a really unexpected MUN. To the delegate of Japan, you are a very nice person. All the best for your future endeavors. Sorry. To be honest, I think the session was worse fun and more than I expected. I thought the program will be very strict, and I thought it will be hesitant for me. Yes, it was completely opposite. So much things. I learned so much things from chairperson, vice chairperson, and rapporteur. Last but not least, I made a lot of friends from different places of the country. Really enjoyed it. I feel the executive board could be a bit more fun. Okay, as we are all first timers, the executive board was a bit too formal. The chair as such was good, but I felt some sort of partiality to some countries, and he was a bit harsh on some countries. Overall, a good experience. Definitely going for more MUNs. Love, love, love. Thank you for the honesty. I would like to learn more from the chairperson. Would say we can be a role model. Would say he can be a role model. Chair. The delegate would appreciate the volunteers. The chair was very friendly. It was a great section. I was so much excited to be in the conference. I came into CBSE syllabus this year. I was in the state syllabus, which caused me so much problems in my language. But the motivation and support of the chair was so good, the chair became a real inspiration for all of us. Personally, I loved all your speeches and I appreciate all of your guys' effort. Even this is my first MUN. I'm doing this for the first time. You guys know more than me. Like even the delegate of Poland, when he was speaking, I was like, oh my god, he's so small and he's doing great. As long as I was expected, this MUN was literally a golden chance for me. I was very happy. Just one day before the conference, it gives me a kind of business purpose and at all. The delegate would like to appreciate the delegate of Canada for his amazing speech and all other delegates for their cooperation and also the board. Delegate of Poland is Kawaii. What's Kawaii? Oh, cute. The MUN was a very unique session, to be honest. Definitely didn't expect the chair to walk up and down the aisle and talk to us like we are his next door neighbors. But that was nice. I liked it. And the friends, and that was best. The friends I got in PVs, the delegate of Ukraine, New Zealand, delegates from other schools like the delegate of Indonesia. They are people to be remembered and cherished. To all EB, hope this conference was a blast and hope we get an entertaining chair like this again. Had a wonderful time. Appreciate the hard work of all delegates. This was a good experience. Allah. MUN finish. The MUN was fun. Bye-bye. Bye. Rapporteur and vice chair. Smiley face. Full flirty. To the delegate of Belgium, your speech was good. The MUN was a very good experience for me. I enjoyed it and loved the company of all my fellow delegates. Special thank to the delegate of US for controlling the area and special thank to the chair for being helpful on giving advice. Thank you. Yeah, that.
We will proceed towards the closing ceremony, but a delegate of Poland. Okay. So we proceed to the closing ceremony, and the closing ceremony starts at 3. Okay. So be patient, and before that, if you want personal feedback or something like that from me, sir or ma'am, right, we'll give it. However, I would recommend after the closing ceremony, that would be more appropriate. Once you get to know your awards, right, that would be more appropriate. But even if you want right now, I will be giving. So proceed. Yeah, you can proceed now. You can proceed. Thank you, chair. Thank you, delegates. Signing off as the chairperson. Thank you.